Anyway, what I could surmise that in 2020, the price of sidewalks are $6.22 a square foot. And this estimate that we got sent was $12 a square foot. It's doubled in price since 2020. If you guys really want to do it, I'd hope that you table it until prices are a little bit more reasonable. One other point I make, other cities, Missoula and Whitefish, they have programs that limit the amount that a homeowner would pay for sidewalks. Missoula stops at $9,000, so, and Whitefish has one too. I'd urge you to kind of think about that. Keep costs low for everyone. Like I said, this is a duplex. Ladies lived in there for 16 years. I've really worked on trying to keep the costs low, the rents low. If the sidewalk goes in, I'll have to raise the rent. They'll end up paying for it, and no one wants that. So, anyway, thanks for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Any further comments on items that we do not have a hearing on later? Okay. Again, if there's anybody else, please make a line so we know. Otherwise, we'll close the public comment period. Go ahead.
I'm Alice Lagowski, and I live at 1515 21st Street West, and I've lived there for over 50 years. And I'm here because I am not in favor of the sidewalk project, and I would like the council to reconsider because of the expenses. I'm retired, and you know how that is. So I appreciate you letting me speak to you tonight. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Okay. Do not see anybody else coming forward, so we'll close the public comment period on those items and move to item 1, the consent agenda. Council, is there a motion or, well, I'm sorry, separations first. Do we have separations? Councilmember Purington.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to separate, 1 and 2. I'd like to recuse myself as I have a personal interest in 3 of the payments.
Okay, thank you. Bills for December 27. Councilmember Tricky.
I'd like to separate 1D, the armored transport vehicle.
1D. Thank you. Further separations? Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move to approve the consent agendas for this evening, minus 1D and 1N2 as stated.
Okay, thank you. And I didn't see any other separations, so I'm assuming that's the case. So, Councilmember Gulick, second. Okay, discussion now on the non-separated items. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question regarding 1C. In the financial section, it talks about how these funds, these vehicles are going to be, I guess the shortage is going to be made up with PD1 funds from 22 excess reserves. Can we understand how much in excess reserves there are for PD1? Because if the Parks Department is spending 22 excess reserves, remember we're in fiscal year 23. If we're utilizing excess reserves from 22, we'd like to know how much is in there because we as a council levied PD1 funds because we needed those funds to meet the expenses of the city of the Parks Department. And if they haven't spent fiscal year 22 reserves, maybe we're actually levying too many funds. And so if we can have an idea of how much in excess reserves there are for, and I understand these are operational portion of the PD1 funds, it would be helpful to know where the Parks Department sits on those.
Mayor and Council, do you happen to have a number? Okay, I'd be happy to have Andy send us a number with the weekly this week, precisely where it stands as of today. I don't have that number this evening with me.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I would just like to recognize Shields, item 1H. This is a donation of the Police Department program for Shields. I think it might have been a $10,000 contribution or something in that vicinity. Very generous and much appreciated. And this comes on top of generous contribution by Shields for the Shield 616 program. Last week had the privilege of seeing the presentation to 30 of our police officers who received these rifle-level ballistic vests from the Shield 616 charity. And that was paid for by the Brosevich Foundation, Buchanan Capital, Shields contributed, and at least one other significant contributor. So thank you very much to Shields, and I noticed they were also a major contributor to the TEDx talks a couple days ago as well. So shout out to Shields. Thank you. Councilmember Ripsis.
Thank you, Mayor. Chris, on as far as 1G goes, the trail grants, we don't want to get into it tonight, but I wonder if on a future work session or something, we could put in an overview of how that matching grant program was set up, the process, and first round of applications, and where those grants have gone.
Mayor and council, happy to do that.
Thank you very much. I see Chief St. John coming forward. Did you want to comment further on what I said, or are you just getting more comfortable in a better seat? which is fine, but I didn't want to steal your thunder.
Council, I was anticipating getting called, so to be more efficient, I moved up. But I can certainly comment on the things that didn't get pulled off of the agenda there. A lot of grant money and the donations, as you indicate, from Shields. Very, very significant to help us as we try to deal with some of the issues that we're dealing with these days. And Shields has been a great partner. The second installment of those vests that you referred to, we will come back to you with the council memo for approval, and we'll bring one for you to observe.
Very good. Thank you. And it looks like there'll be a separated item here in a minute. Council, any other further discussion or questions on the non-separated items? Okay, we'll move to a vote then on Councilmember Boyette's motion for approval of the non-separated items. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Now, the separated items, first one up is item 1D, purchase of explosive ordnance disposal, armored transport vehicle for the police department. Councilmember Tricky, that was your separation. Did you want to start us off?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council, Billings. I separated this out specifically for the purpose of not voting for it. I understand how it works. I understand that this is federal dollars and the whole thing, but the continued and increased use of armored equipment in our communities is a response to violence in our communities, and I get that, but it's a trend that I find worrisome and have a hard time just automatically backing it.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Neese.
Make a motion to approve item 1D.
Second by Councilmember Boyette. Discussion. Councilmember Boyette, Councilmember Purington.
Thank you, Mayor. Almost 50 years ago, I became a deputy sheriff, and I had a shirt between me and the world. We didn't have anything. I would have been happy to have something like this on my side back then. So let's approve this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Purington, Councilmember Neese, and Councilmember Gulick.
So now I would like to turn over to the chief as to why they need this, how it helps with what your job is.
Mayor and Councilmember Purington, these pieces of equipment allow our officers to operate as safely as possible in extremely dangerous situations. We share a larger armored vehicle with the county, which is called the Bear. And I will take you back to the Big Bear incident where that individual fired a rifle round and hit the window right in front of one of our officers. And had he not had armor that day, he would have been killed. It allows us to operate in very dangerous situations. It helps us with rescue when we have to go into an area which are designated as hot. We still have action going on where we can go in and safely extract victims. Allows us to get closer. This particular piece of equipment is probably 2/3 the size of the one that you've seen around. It is specific for our bomb squad, but has also been modified to work with our tactical team. For our bomb squad, allows them to work in a hazardous environment, nuclear, biological, chemical, which I hope we don't get into any of those. It has a lot of attachments and features that allow them to operate their equipment from much closer in and not expose themselves to any explosives. And then, of course, we can put our tactical people in there to move around. It's a valuable piece of equipment. And I understand the concern, Councilmember Chiriki, of the optics. But when somebody's shooting rifles at you, and you need some armor to operate in there, worth every penny, worth every penny.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Neese and Gulick.
Thank you, Mayor. Pam had actually asked the chief to come and speak about it. I just want to confirm what you said. It's not only protect your officers, but it does provide the ability for them to go in and protect the public if they happen to be rescued under a situation like that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just for the record, I will note that Councilmember Shaw is now in attendance. Councilmember Gulick, did you have a comment? No. Okay. Any further comment on the motion for approval of item 1D? Okay. We'll move to a vote. Councilmember Shaw, I'd recommend you refrain from voting on this one since you're just arriving. So if in favor of the motion on item 1D, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Motion passes 9-1. Councilmember Chiriki voting in opposition. Councilmember Shaw abstaining. Next separated item was item 1N2, bills for December 27, 2022. Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I move we approve bills of the week, December 27th, 2022, with Councilmember Purington abstaining.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Boyette, second. Okay, any discussion? And Councilmember Purington, I'll just ask you, we have to get on the record your basis for recusing yourself, at least in simple terms.
In simple terms?
Well, you can go on as long as you want.
Okay. Our company has an interest in the payments.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, we'll move to a vote. Motion is for approval, item 1N2. Please say aye if you're in favor.
Aye.
If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. That concludes item 1, the consent agenda. Denise, would you please read item number 2 on our regular agenda?
Yes, Mayor. Public hearing and special review 995, a special review to locate a car wash facility at the intersection of Blue Creek Road and Arterial Street and Santiago Boulevard, a local street, in a corridor mixed use 1, CMU 1 zone district. Zoning Commission recommends conditional approval, including the requested variations and adoption of the findings of the 9 review criteria. Action this evening is approval or disapproval of Zoning Commission recommendation.
Thank you very much. Our presenter tonight is our zoning coordinator, Nicole Cromwell, I guess. Nicole.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The presentation tonight is taking its time to load. In the interim, the Zoning Commission held its public hearing on this request on January 3rd this year. They are forwarding a recommendation to you of conditional approval, along with the requested variances from the Corridor Mixed Use 1 Zone District building and siting standards as part of those conditions. A car wash facility in any Corridor Mixed Use 1 Zone District requires a special review approval from the City Council. As you probably all recall, this property was the subject of a zone change request to heavy commercial, where car wash facilities are allowed uses, and the building and siting standards for heavy commercial are different than a corridor mixed use, one zone district. Thanks, Kevin. Let's see, let's point it this way. There we go. So special review uses are special exceptions to the zone district where they're located. They're not allowed uses. That was a significant change from our prior code that stated that special review uses were allowed, and that to prove the negative was the burden of the city council. But now the burden of proof is on the applicant to prove the positive, that the proposed use fits in with the district where it's located, and conditions can be placed on that use to mitigate any potential negative impacts. The application is allowed after a zone change denial. Only another zone change is subject to the 12-month waiting period in the code. When we consolidated the review periods and waiting periods into one part of the administrative section of the code, I think we inadvertently gave the language too broad of an interpretation. In other words, I could apply for a zone change, get denied, then apply 4 months later or immediately afterwards and for a special review, get denied, and then I could apply for a variance and get denied. So the shot clock for each one of those types of applications starts with the denial of that application. So they can't bring another zone change to you for 1 year from your denial, but they could bring a special review to you. So there are 9 criteria and standards of review. They are simplified and summarized on the screen here. So consistency with the city's growth policy. The use will not endanger public health, safety, morals, welfare. That the site is adequate in size for this proposed use. So car wash facilities can be any size. They could have, like the Mint Car Wash, a huge building that multiple vehicles can go through all at the same time, or it can be more simple, like self-service bays and maybe 1 or 2 automatic bays. The third review criteria is that it will not be injurious to the use and enjoyment of adjacent property or impair those property values. So the adjacency and the specific site are important when reviewing this criteria. And it will not kind of throw a monkey wrench into the normal development of other property in the vicinity. In other words, is this a compatible use with existing uses? Would it be compatible with future uses in the same zone area or area of the city? The 6 criteria is where the conditions of approval can be established and are directed towards mitigation of any potential negative impacts. That the site has adequate access to all the utilities, access to roads, drainage, everything else, power, gas, whatever is needed. And that they've taken steps to provide safe ingress and egress from the site. And the 9th criteria, last but not least, is that in all other respects, it conforms to the regulations or as modified by the council. So for example, if you get a special review for a church in a residential zone, and that church is 50 feet tall at the peak of the roof, and the zone district only allows 30 feet, then you can modify that site or building standard for that specific use for that site. So here's a summary of the Zoning Commission's findings They basically have found that this is consistent with their growth policy. It will not endanger the public health or safety. The site is adequate in size for the proposed specific facility, not just any car wash facility, but the one that's specifically proposed. That it's not injurious to adjacent property. It will not impede the normal and orderly development of the surrounding property. They have proposed conditions to you. I believe there are 21 conditions. No, 20, sorry. Of approval that are proposed for your consideration. That there are adequate utilities and roads, and they have taken good measures to provide safe access and minimize congestion. And it does conform to the zone requirements, except for those requests for modification of the building and siding standards in the application. Here is the zoning map. So you can see just to the south is the heavy commercial zoning, and that's where Blue Creek Storage Facility is located. So this property is corridor mixed use 1, as is the property to the north on the other side of Santiago Boulevard. And typically you will see this not because it's adjacent to heavy commercial, but because it is close to a neighborhood. So corridor mixed use 1, regardless of the size of the parcels, we tried to use at intersections of neighborhood streets as they come out to arterial streets, where it's appropriate to do that. Across the street is county zoning, and that's large lot suburban neighborhood zoning. And that is a county subdivision that's been there for many decades. The city limits basically kind of checkerboards in this area. Cedar Park subdivision, which is that neighborhood to the east, zoned N3, has one physical access right now to that neighborhood on Santiago Boulevard. There are other potential accesses, as you can see, streets dead end at adjacent properties, but those adjacent properties have never developed yet since Cedar Park subdivision was developed, but it was annexed to the city to provide water to the property. Oops, went backwards, sorry. Here's the subject property and just kind of some locations of different development in the area. The city water filling station is north and east. Closer to Santiago is the No Cash Water filling station. That is a private development, not a public development. Then Casey's Corner gas station and a convenience store is to the north of the No Cash Water facility. Then if you're headed south on Blue Creek Road, you'll pass by Santiago Boulevard on your way to the city landfill, where if you're heading south, you take a right onto Jellison Road. So this slide shows you a couple of reasons, in particular, why this application is asking for variations of the corridor mixed-use 1 zone district standards for siting a building. And those are a sewer easement, a permanent city sewer easement across the whole front of the property, a 100-year floodplain shown in the pink here, and then a fairly steep slope along the northeast boundary of the property. So that kind of confines the area that's buildable on this lot to the center. And the corridor mixed-use 1 zone district intent is to bring buildings to the street. And to do that with this facility would be nearly impossible, given the restrictions from floodplain, sewer easements, steep slopes, and providing safe ingress and egress to the property, especially when you're doing a drive-through service like a car wash. You have to have the ability to queue cars off the street without backing into the street or over the public right-of-way. And that's why you see this configuration, which is more like a configuration you would see in a heavy commercial zone or an industrial zone, because of those restrictions and to provide safe ingress and egress from the site. The labels on here, the colors didn't come exactly right, but those relate to the elevations that I'll show you on the next slide. So elevation A faces the neighborhood that's up the hill. Elevation B faces to the north, which is the No Cash Water and Casey's Corner. D would face to the south to the storage facility, and C faces Blue Creek Road and the Qantas subdivision on the west side of Blue Creek Road. So if you're traveling Blue Creek Road and you're coming south towards the landfill, this is the elevation that you would see. You would see a front door, an office space area, and these 4 bays here are the self-service wash bays. If you're coming down the hill from Santiago Boulevard, this is the elevation you would see. This is where cars would go into the 2 automatic wash bays. And if you're at the storage facility, this is the view that you would see. And then west from Santiago Boulevard, let's go back one. Wait a minute. Okay, so I had those confused, sorry. A and C are opposite. So A is if you're coming down the hill from the neighborhood Cedar Park, and C is from Blue Creek Road. In any case, let's go to the real pictures. This is the subject property if you're on Santiago Boulevard and you're looking south. And if you go up Santiago Boulevard to the east and look back towards Blue Creek Road, this is what you'd see. This marker here is the property line. So this little wetland piece along the frontage is actually part of the right-of-way of Blue Creek Road. This is if you're looking at the storage facility that's directly south. The No Cash Water, which is north across the street, and the city's water filling station. Then these are some of the homes in the Cedar Park subdivision that are well up the hill from here. Casey's Corner, which is the C-store, which at this point in time, school bus riders, students are picked up here. And then, of course, Blue Creek Road itself. This is not winter. This is from the previous application. So you can see when people come out of the water filling station and they're waiting to turn onto Blue Creek Road, whether that's to go north into the city or south on Blue Creek Road, you see there's a lot of water spillage there. And that happens at every water filling station. And then if you look back up the hill, basically right in here is where that car wash facility is intended to go. This drive approach here is not exactly in the location where the new one will go. And this drive approach here will be cut off because this is a fairly hazardous turn here because of its proximity to the actual street intersection of Santiago Boulevard. This is if you're further up the hill and coming down. So you have the city's water station drive approach, and then the No Cash Water drive approach. And we'll get back to the site plan so you can see where those drive approaches line up. So the level area here, close to this wall of the storage facility, is where the car wash is planned to go. So summarized on the screen are the more specific findings of the Zoning Commission. These are all in your staff report this evening. I'm not going to read them to you, but please ask questions after I'm completed if you have questions about these findings. So, they found that the facility is sized to fit the site and its constraints with the steep slopes and the 100-year floodplain. And it shows that it's adequate for queuing cars and safe internal movements of traffic, although there is going to be what they call contraflow in some places. The City Engineering Division has looked at that queuing analysis. They find it acceptable and safe for this proposed use. We are recommending, or the Zoning Commission is recommending conditions to limit the hours of operation, so it will not be a 24-hour facility. And the noise study that they provided from the manufacturer of the blowers and the vacuums indicates that the noise at property line will be well below what the city's code allows for noise between commercial and residential property. There are quarter mixed-use 1 zoning to the north. Mr. Essman owns that lot between this property and Casey's Corner. He has applied for and received a variance to the quarter mixed-use 1 building and siting standards because he also has a floodplain across the front of his property. And so the Board of Adjustment has already approved that. The conditions, that there are 20 of them here, but basically it is for the specific car wash shown on the site plan. That it's 2 auto wash bays and 4 self-service wash bays and 5 outdoor vacuuming stalls. That's it. Can't convert it to some other configuration in the future without coming back to you for approval. And the operational hours are from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. But no operations between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. That the building design and elevations be in substantial conformance to what was shown. That they construct a site obscuring wall on the north and southeast property line as shown, but materials will be a masonry wall or facsimile of masonry, such as rhino rock, and will use earth tones. Wood, vinyl, and chain link will not be allowed for this wall location, but the one on the south property line can be made of wood or matte finish vinyl, and that's between the storage units and this car wash facility. That they'll install the required number of street trees along the inside of the new sidewalk on Santiago Boulevard, so that and they will choose trees that will not impede existing or future infrastructure. There's a permanent sewer easement that goes up Santiago Boulevard to provide sewer in the future for the Cedar Park neighborhood, but it's not yet installed. So they have to carefully choose that. That the shielding on the vacuum stalls on Blue Creek Road themselves will be just ornamental grasses or shrubs or evergreen shrubs. And that's just to kind of soften that particular use right on the street frontage. That they will prepare that landscaping plan and use a licensed landscape architect. The size of this site does not require it normally, but because of the complexity of the site, we thought it would be a good thing to have a licensed landscape architect do the plan. That they will include a snow storage area and detail for the trash enclosure. All landscaping maintained, replaced as needed. That they will provide pavement markings within the site to ensure pedestrian and direction of vehicle travel will be provided safely so people can follow pavement markings. And that there be no illuminated fascia on the building, and all lighting on the building will have full cutoff shields. The maximum height of parking lot lights will be 15 feet and installed with the full cutoff shields. that no exterior attached signs on the building facade that faces east or up the hill to the neighborhood. There's no need to advertise to the neighborhood. That all signs will comply with the zoning district for corridor mixed use 1. And any lighted signs will not be operational during non-business or non-operational hours. So when they're closed overnight, the sign goes off. They will submit a building permit within 1 year and complete the project within 2 years of the building permit issuance. And the requested variances and modifications of the site and building standards are specifically approved with the request. There are minor modifications allowed by the code for any special review that's approved, and generally those are within 10%. So if the building square footage goes up a little bit, that's okay. They don't have to come back to you. But any major modification, like they reorient the building completely so that we don't have a good understanding of the lighting plan, the noise to the adjacent properties, or how things are going to work, then they'd have to come back to you. If the special review use ceases for 6 consecutive months or more, a new special review is required to reestablish the use. That's a standard in your code now. So if the owner wins Mega Millions and walks away and says, sell it if you can, I don't care, and nobody buys it, then that buyer or user in the future has to come back to reestablish that use. One of the final conditions is that you have the right to reopen the conditional approval. If the owner fails to respond to a notice of noncompliance with the conditions of approval within 45 days of notice to the owner. And your hearing, if one becomes necessary, we give that owner notice at least 60 days in advance of that hearing, if it's ever required. So the conditions run with the land and are binding on this owner and future owners. And the right of building and occupancy permits are contingent on the fulfillment of the conditions of approval. So criteria 7, 8, and 9 are pretty much already covered through the proposed conditions. Again, here is the aerial of the property. Wanted to give you these trip generation statistics that were presented by the applicant at the pre-application neighborhood meeting and provided with their application. So basically, they're predicting if by a high, like a very conservative or high estimate, that they would generate maximum each day 200 to 250 trips. And a trip is like a car comes and a car leaves, that's 2 trips. So on a very busy day, they could have 125 people use the car wash between 5 a.m. and 10 p.m. Of course, peaks are always when people are commuting because it's a drive-by, it's a capture. Because of the size of the facility, it's not something. Where I live is probably 3 miles away. I wouldn't specifically drive here for a car wash. I might go to one that's closer or on the north side of the river. But if I were going to and from the landfill, and I went to the landfill and it was completely muddy and my car is a disaster, or my truck's a disaster, I might swing in and wash off in the self-service bay. If there's no queuing there and it's open at that time, I would take advantage of that after going to the landfill and getting my vehicle all muddy. But in any case, it's a very low trip generation, and that's based on the type of car wash and the type of traffic you would expect here. Again, the noise level, I wanted to point out here, the noise level expected at property line from the 2 uses that generate a lot of noise, the blowers on the automatic wash bays and the vacuums that'll be along Blue Creek Road, should be less much less than the maximum in the range of 30 to 50. And we can have the slide where it shows you that the vacuums would have a maximum noise level, decibel level at property line of 41, and the dryers 39. So distance and slopes all play into that calculation, but I wanted to show you some algebra. In any case, here we are back at the site plan. So this is the main building. This is where the office will be. This is where a lot of all the mechanical pumps and things have to be. There will be parking, a few spaces right here near one of the entry doors. But basically, the direction of travel into the self-service, not the self-service, but the auto bays are right here. So they'll be entering from the east, leaving to the west. The entry for the self-service bays, I believe, is north to south. So there might be a little, traffic interaction here on the south side of those self-service bays. But everybody would travel the same direction out, which is around the west side of the building here. And then, or if they're going to the vacuums, pull into the vacuum space, vacuum out, back out, and leave the site. Again, those are the elevation views. And I'd be happy to take any of your questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions for Nicole? I'll get you started with one. Nicole, traffic obviously is a big issue here. The mixed use one current zone would allow other things without special review, just of right.
Yes.
Can you give us some examples of how this traffic with this configuration might compare to those other allowed uses? I'm thinking in particular, what daycares, banks, assisted living were included in that list. I think restaurants as well. Are they, is this more, is this less, is this about the same, or is it?
Well, as you can see summarized here, and these are based on international traffic engineers.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, sorry.
Just kind of basics. It's not specific. It doesn't say, so for a restaurant, it depends, a lot of it depends on what kind of restaurant is it. Is it a drive-through restaurant? Is it not a drive-through restaurant? Is it sit down? Is it fast casual? But this shows that of the 250 maximum estimated, for the car wash, we have double that for a restaurant. Almost, well, more than triple that for a drive-in bank. So, although the site's a little small for a bank, but it could go there. A daycare center, it's about 1.5 times more traffic. What are some of the other uses? Well, you could do a mixed-use building, you could have.
And that's okay,
live-work
we've got
units.
it there, so much
Yeah.
appreciated.
Sure.
Other questions for Nicole? Councilmember Purington.
Nicole, I have really several questions on that. I guess one of the things you mentioned, contraflow. Could you define that for me?
Okay, so people coming out of these to the south are going to meet traffic coming west. So people here may have to wait for these drivers to clear so they can turn into the flow here. It's just, it's way the site works best to meet those queuing requirements so people are not backed up out onto Santiago who are waiting. Waiting lines typically are for the automatic wash bays, not for the self-service bays. Typically when, and I'll let the applicant tell you more about this, they did an actual visual survey of similar facilities in Billings, and people tend to, if there's an open one, they will come in. But if they're all full, every self-service bay is in use, they're not going to pull in. So they'll just continue driving by.
So if I could
Go ahead.
continue. And there's another question I have, but since you brought that up, I think in the information, and I did listen to the zoning commissions because there were some other comments, is that if you pull into, or if you're coming into the wash or the car wash and you see that the bay's full, you're going to pass it by. So I'm assuming as you pass it by, you're already going to be on Santiago because you won't be able to tell. So the question is, and I think this was one of the concerns of some of the residents up there, where are they going to go? And I drove out there today, and they're going to do what I did. You drive up to the top of Santiago where you've got 3 streets coming together, do a U-turn, and then go back down, I would assume. I mean, there's no other place for them to go.
Well, the visibility of the self-service bays will be from north and southbound traffic, not from Santiago. So there's no structure here. The no cash water is here. So there should be a view shed for people either coming north or heading south to see whether any of those bays are available. So if you pull in and all of a sudden you see, oh, the one here did have a car in it, you could swing this direction and come back out and leave. Or you could just wait. I mean, there is a kind of like a prepping pad right here in front of the entry to those self-service bays.
So also, on the, I think there was a comment about doing a 3-lane road there at Santiago, at the intersection anyway. So is that a center turn lane, left or right? What is that road look like?
Right, so it's the westbound lane on Santiago at Blue Creek. So there would be a queuing for right turns and a queuing for left turns. Right now, there's just one big open lane.
Gotcha. Okay.
So if you want to go south and everybody else behind you wants to go north, you are basically backing traffic up Santiago. So
Understood.
this would be an expansion of the pavement markings, so that a lot of people who are going north can just make that free right turn there.
So I have more questions, but I'll go back to
We'll come back to you. Okay. Councilmember Bernice?
Thank you, Mayor. Nicole, just a real quick question on this, because it states here that zoning commission is approving, is drawn on the map for dated 9/22 of 22. And have the AT architect plan sheet A4.0. I've looked through the documents and I can't find that dated map. I do see some A4Os and some C1Cs, things like, or C1.1, but is there another map out there that they looked at and they approved it in the 9/22/22 map versus what we're looking at? And
It's what you're looking at
So-
here. I cropped it to make it large enough to be, so you could see things on this site plan. But the site plan itself has borders on it with the plan sheets and
well, the
all of
plan,
that.
I'm sorry, but the document we have is dated November of 22, so there
Okay.
must be some iteration. So should we be changing the approval to the November of 22 document, since that's the plan we're looking at and would be approving, and not the September? We haven't seen the September document.
Well, let's look. Or perhaps the applicant could clarify, or it might have just been a typo on the date, since it's both 22.
I mean, I do see an A4A that's dated September 16th of 22, but that's that's actually prior to the 9/22 document, so that would be an old document. The one in our packet, the A4A, would be an
Right.
older document. So I don't know what changes were made to that site plan between the,
Well, C11 has a date of 11/22. The A4.0 has a date of September 16th, 22.
Okay, so what we should be approving, we should make an amendment to the approval
Yes.
if we're going to approve this to say instead of September 22nd, September 16th. And I'm assuming
Right,
the
for
zoning
the-
commission looked at that map that we're looking at?
Yes, they did.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, if you don't mind, have some
Yeah,
other
can you just
questions?
clarify, Councilmember Neese, so you're talking about the first paragraph that begins background, is that correct?
No, this is actually within the zone, of the 20.
The conditions.
20 conditions, condition number 3 states that it was the drawing dated 9/22, and we need to change that to 9/16, if this goes through.
916.
And I'm assuming on point number 4, then, when we're talking about C1.1, that would be the date of November of 22
Yes.
document, okay.
But I don't think I referred specifically to C1.1.
Not as a date, no, so,
No.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further questions for Nicole, Councilmember Neese, and the Councilmember Owen.
Thank you, Mayor. Nicole, you mentioned the Mint Car Wash, and that is a nice little car wash. I use that. Not that they advertise for it or anything, but it's kind of interesting. I've been told that they recycle all their water. Once they filled it up, they don't have to fill it up again because all the snowfall, all that kind of supposedly they filter through and stuff. But one of the things that I found after the city approved that and built it, it became very difficult because I drive home here tonight. I'm going to drive down 4th Avenue to go home. And the traffic turning left onto Main Street, that car wash, it used to be a nice slope down to the level ground. Now it's about 6, maybe 7 feet tall with this concrete wall that you can't see past it until you're just about in the traffic. And so it makes it very difficult to see around. So I'm really concerned that we are looking at doing something like this, especially since we see this ground sloping down into Blue Creek. And they have to do something. I haven't been able to determine, based upon the site elevations, if there's going to be big concrete retaining walls to support this or any of that kind of structures. But I am concerned that we are going to recreate what we did on the corner of Main Street and 4th, where we obscure the traffic. Can you address how this is going to impact some of the, as far as the site developments in that area? Because it looks to me like they got some concrete walls, or I'm not sure if that's a drainage there in that near Blue Creek.
That's existing drainage. So the site right here, this is all pavement. These vacuums are like pipes and things. They're not structures per se. So the structure is well out of any clear vision for Santiago. It's out of any clear vision for the drive approach. The slope already exists. I don't believe a retaining wall is planned at this time, but that's a very specific soil and engineering decision. And because it slopes up, the retaining wall would be below the current ground, the current grade, to hold the hill back. If they need to excavate into the hill, the retaining would be retaining the hill that's already there.
No, I'm sorry, I'm talking about down on Blue Creek.
There are no structures within the clear vision
Okay, so
for Blue Creek at all.
they're building on grade, they're building on grade,
Right.
all the way down.
Let's go back to a picture. So here's the subject property here. So this is the slope. Most of this right here is just fairly level.
Right.
There's a few slopes down in here.
For instance, if I placing the information correctly, and when you had that picture there, the turnaround there, which is well below grade, that's about where the vacuum cleaners are going to go.
Right, that's where the vacuums will be. The entry will be, I think, straight across from the no cash water driveway. So those it will act like a cross intersection, basically. Driveway, and then a street. So you're not having two driveways kind of offset from each other. So that's safer. And so the facility is going to be down in here where all of this ground is basically level. If as I said, if there is any need for retaining wall on Santiago, it will be below grade.
No, I'm
So,
sorry, not on Santiago. I'm talking about Blue Creek,
No.
where
there'll
that
be
grade
no-
slopes down into Blue Creek. So they're going to allow, the vacuums will be on a slope going down.
They're going to grade the site. So, but it's not going to be so dramatic that you're going to have these, because it's a floodplain in that area. They really have to maintain the existing grade. They can't fill the floodplain with dirt and build it up. It will have to retain all of those.
Okay, so no
current
retaining
features.
walls along Blue Creek Road?
No.
All right.
no.
Okay, Councilmember
don't-
Rowan?
Thank you, Mayor. Nicole, I'm a little concerned in this whole sort of narrative and in all of the conditions that there's been sort of a dismissive attitude towards student safety because there aren't very many students. And so I'd like to hear a little bit more about why we can't make this safer for students. Why can't, I mean, there've been conversations on email. Why can't we drop the chain and let the school bus pick up there on Santiago? If the applicant and adjacent property owners are willing to do a sidewalk on the north side, why can't we? Why can't we make this safer for students, even if it is only a small handful of students?
Well, I am going to defer to engineering.
Okay.
Because all of those are off-site improvements or changes to operations that are kind of within the wheelhouse of engineering staff. The applicant did ask engineering if they could take the money they were going to spend on the sidewalk across the front of their property and spend it on the north side, and they said no.
Who said no?
Engineering staff said, no, you need to do the improvements on your side. If we're going to do improvements on the north side for a sidewalk, then that would include, do it the normal way that we put in sidewalks, which is through missing sidewalk program and NSID.
Okay.
Just to
Which-
clarify, who owns the land on the north side of Santiago?
City owns this parcel right here, and Mr. Espin owns this parcel right here.
Right, but where the possible, there you go, where,
No.
There's no sidewalk there. Students do walk down here. You can probably see in the snow where they cut through. They don't go all the way out to the street and up to Casey's. They cut through where they can. Right now, I guess this is chained off. But in any case, kids can get there. There isn't a lot of traffic on Santiago. There are not a lot of students that are picked up at Casey's Corner. However, that doesn't include the Blue Creek School students. That's just School District 2 students. So that's Riverside and high school.
No, I hear you. I just want to, I want us to talk a little bit more robustly about safety of all the kids in the area. So if you want to punt to engineering, that's fine, but I have another question for you before you do that. When you talk about the fence between the property and the Blue Creek storage, the condition said it could be vinyl or wood, right?
Yes.
So one of the concerns that's been raised by neighbors is just general disrepair in the area and not wanting this to become an eyesore, et cetera. So can you tell me at what point does a wood fence, if it's not well maintained, become a violation, either of these conditions or a code enforcement issue? Because it seems to me that wood fences can become weathered, faded, chipped in a way that's different than vinyl fences. So
Right.
what would trigger either a non-compliance here or a code enforcement issue?
Well, specifically to this special review, maintenance of all improvements is required, not just landscaping, but fencing. So if the fencing is battered by hail, which is more often what happens, or it gets water stains on it from irrigation, we could send a notice to say, hey, your fence seems to be lacking in maintenance and care, please repair it. Of course, if it completely falls down, sections fall down, then, we'd want to get those put back up as quickly as possible. So, I mean,
You're suggesting any disrepair could reopen this?
it, as a notice to say, you need to fix this. Here's specifically what we're concerned about, here's a picture, here's what you need to do. You have 30 days to do it.
So, Mayor, is there someone from
Go ahead.
engineering who can answer the previous question?
I was looking and yes.
Debbie.
Yes, we had the head of Public Works
She is over there.
behind the
Okay.
column.
I'll get my stuff out of the way.
Okay, I knew you would be the one that would find me
I
back.
try to stay on brand.
So, Mayor and Council, this is a conversation we need to have regardless of this special review, I think. We haven't really looked at this too much, just haven't had a lot of calls about it or concerns about it, but certainly we can look at it. We are concerned about security, of course, in the city facilities. We're not out there all the time, so making sure that we don't have a lot of people that are, going behind there and spending time is important. So we'll look at that. There are, on the property to the north, there are waivers. When they developed that, there was a waiver for sidewalks and everything else at the time. So that is a waivered property. If we want to do sidewalk, we certainly can. So we can look at that and try to figure out where the students are coming from and where they're trying to get and see if we can and get a good place for them to be picked up for the buses.
Well, if I could just gently follow up, we could look at that, might not provide the residents a lot of concern that their safety issues for kids will be addressed. So how do we reconcile the fact that this is before us tonight and we have unanswered questions on how to make this area safer for kids? And it seems like an applicant who's willing to do things and the city's saying no.
So the reason that we say no is because every property is responsible to have sidewalk in front of their property. To have them install sidewalk on one side and not the other, if they want to install sidewalk on both sides, I'm fine with that. But normally what we would do is say, install it on your side, and then we would go through the process and have it installed on the other side. What I'm saying is not that we won't address it. I'm just saying that we need to address it regardless of what the special review is tonight.
Thanks.
Debbie, while we've got you, who owns the property where the word Santiago Boulevard is?
I will go look. I'm not sure who owns it.
Because isn't that the idea that potentially we would require installation of a sidewalk there to allow pedestrian traffic on that north side?
If it's city, then we would put it under a sidewalk project like we do every year and install the sidewalk in front of our property.
Okay, very good. Councilmember Purington.
So Debbie, while you're there, don't leave yet. And that brings to me an issue with requiring the car wash people to put a sidewalk there because it's a sidewalk that will go nowhere. It will absolutely go nowhere. And I would imagine because of that steep slope on the south side of Santiago, that those kids travel the north side of Santiago when they come down that hill. Because it's not a sharp bend and, it's a smoother. Of course, and I would also make that amendment that they allow the car wash, the developer, the owner, to put it on the south side, because I think there would be better use for that. And then finding out who owns the land where the word Santiago is, because that might be city property. So do you see that that is not an issue with the sidewalk going nowhere?
Well, I think we say that a lot of times when we get ahead of development. We say we're putting in a sidewalk and it doesn't go anywhere, which is exactly what happened with the car wash. We said, we don't need to put in this sidewalk, it doesn't go anywhere. And we get into these problems. So I think defaulting when possible to build the improvements is important. So I would put sidewalk on both sides, the sidewalk that we have planned under this, and then if we need to look at the north side and see who owns all that and install that sidewalk as well.
Okay. Because I know it's been done. I know there've been other areas where there's no sidewalks in the whole area. They've been required to get a sidewalk and say, we're not going to build one, and say, okay. So I know it can be done. I'll just put it that way.
Debbie, on that topic, I see plenty of houses on the south side of Santiago. You just have to go 50 yards just down the way there. Who owns the land on the hillside between the house and, I guess that's also this applicant, right? So we could mandate in the future a connection of the sidewalk to go up to Santiago on the south side.
I don't know all the property off the top of my head, but if you give me just a minute,
But
I will go
it
find
appears
out
to be
who owns
linked to
everything.
the storage, so I'm just assuming,
Yeah.
but,
Let me
I
go
think
find
it
out
is.
for sure who owns all that, and I will get right back to you.
okay. Okay, we'll continue. I'm just going to ask if there's anybody else who had questions before I go back to Councilmember Neese
I have one.
and Councilmember Purington. Councilmember Purington, why don't you finish up, and then we'll go to
Thank
Councilmember
you.
Neese.
Thank you. So some of my other questions had to do with that water freezing on the road right there at the intersection, because I know that that is an issue. It's an issue on Grand where the car wash is. I've learned my lesson not to slip out of there very quickly because you start fishtailing. And I'm just concerned about that. My other question is the egress and ingress into and out of that property, considering what the other side, the north side, is the no cost or no pay.
No cash water.
Thank you. So I'm just concerned about that, going in and out of there on both sides of that. I'm wondering if there's more traffic in the north side than there is maybe on the south side, people going in to get their water.
I don't know.
Okay.
According to Mr. Essman, there's not enough traffic
Yeah.
to his business. But with these road improvements, I mean, clearly people can see someone who's coming out facing them. They will see up the hill. They will see this direction when they leave the property. So I think this configuration of having driveways face each other as they enter a street is the safest way to do that. And it would be safe if it wasn't a special review. This would probably be recommended by engineering when they looked at the site development plan. Yep, that's exactly where you should put it.
Okay, Councilmember Neese and Councilmember Joy.
I'll let Councilman.
Thank you, Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I think maybe this question is for Director Melling. The previous time we had this before us as a zone change, there were a lot of comments by people who were concerned that there wasn't sidewalk and lighting. Have we received a request from the neighborhood, the housing up above, to have sidewalks and lighting put in that area? Thank you.
We have not. And I have answers if you want them for the questions of the land, if you're ready.
Sure.
Okay, so the storage units on the south side, and they are in the city limits, so we waived them as well when we brought them into the city. And then on the north side, it's city. So both of those could be added.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Councilor Bernice, and then council, we'll try to get to a public hearing because we do want to be able to try to resolve this matter before around 7:30 if we can. Councilor Bernice.
Thank you. I do have a few questions, but Debbie, while you were up there, I did want to ask you regarding some things on this, because my concern is, once you put sidewalks in, curbs and gutters, the water has to go somewhere, and that's a pretty good steep hill that's going to come down. What's the plan for that once it gets to the bottom of the hill? Do we know?
That, we haven't looked into it that far on curb and gutter. A lot of times in some of these areas, we can build it without formal curb and gutter, so we can do like a ribbon curb that we've done in some areas and still have the borrow pit type of drainage in these more county type locations. So we'd have to look at it and see what the drainage would look like.
Okay, that's concerning that we're going to put in curbs and gutters, and right now it goes into the land, soaks in, and now we're going to keep it on the road, but send it down to Blue Creek, and we don't have a plan as far as, especially because this property is causing that, especially in that, because that's where it's going to capture the water on the south side and run it down. So I am a little concerned about that. So, but thank you for at least addressing that. I do have some other questions, Mayor, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
The sidewalks that we talk a lot about the sidewalks, and it looks to me like this is a curb walk sidewalk that's going in along the property. Do I understand that correctly?
No, it's a boulevard
It is a
sidewalk.
boulevard.
Yep.
Okay, so 5 foot and then another 5 foot sidewalk, or 7 foot?
Right.
How's that going to work?
Yeah, so there's the boulevard. And then the sidewalk is a gray stripe.
Okay, okay, that's good to know. And so, but it is a 5-foot sidewalk versus 7? I thought we were trying to move those to 7-foot sidewalks.
I don't know. I didn't scale the site plan, but a minimum width of a sidewalk is 5 feet, and this will be 5 feet.
Okay, thank you. And then one last question I think I have for the lights. I am concerned about the lights. It's good to hear that the zoning commission zoned the fact the light not going up the hill. But one of the principles of security is to not have too bright of lights. While they're open, they need to have bright lights on site so people can see where they're going, vacuuming, things like that. But after they go, is there any condition for them to reduce the light on site, to dim them so it's a more softer light and you're not creating shadows where people can hide?
That was not a condition of approval, but modern parking lot lights or security lights on buildings can be programmable. So if you'd like to add that condition.
Okay, so that's a condition we could add, that they would also dim their lights at night to a more appropriate SEPTED principle of security.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, there was another question? No? Okay. Let's go to public hearing now. Appreciate people's patience. If you've been out there and you wanted to comment, this is your opportunity. Come forward. We just ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes and tell us your name and address. And this is the applicant. We'll be a little more forgiving if you need to go longer, Mr. Absent-Lighter.
I think given that, I will take some time if I may, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor and Council, thanks for the record. My name is Scott Aspenleiter with Performance Engineering, the agent for the applicant here. I appreciate your questions, and I appreciate your time and effort in reconsidering this. This is a hard property, regardless of whether this is a daycare, a coffee shop, a restaurant, or a car wash. Whatever we do on this property, we're going to either be in front of you looking for variances or be in front of the Board of Review looking for variances, just like was done on the north side. It's impossible to build to the CMU standards on this site based on the floodplain and based on the sewer. It can't physically be done. So here we are with a special review for a car wash use under the CMU 1. The benefit of doing this as a special review for you is we are laying out exactly how this is going to go, exactly what it's going to look like, how it's going to operate, what we're willing to do, what we're not willing to do, and how we can make this the most acceptable to the neighborhood and to the city while providing some benefit to the owner and providing benefit to the city. I think we've worked incredibly hard on this property to try to get there from where we were originally. The zone change failed for reasons that I can understand and appreciate, that, once you zone the land, that zoning runs with the land forever and ever, amen. So here we are under the CMU 1, which is already in place. What I'd like to point out first and foremost is this site is going to provide a lot of benefits, both to traffic flow and to pedestrian access and pedestrian safety by what we're going to build and how we've laid it out. Trip generation for a car wash here, the way we came up with those numbers was we actually did counts over 3-day period on the facility that's exactly like this on Broadwater and 13th. 4 individual service bays, 2 auto bays at that exact car wash. It's almost a replica of this. The layout's a little bit different, but the services are the exact same. On peak day, that serviced 85 cars. That was the peak day over that 3-day observation period. And we observed from 7 o'clock in the morning to 7 o'clock at night. So a full day, 12-hour observation for 3 days in the middle of the week to make sure that we were trying to catch traffic. So that's how we came up with the traffic numbers. You'll notice that 170 trips per day is even less than what the ITE data and ITE manual is. So even if we default to the conservative ITE manual, which in working with the city engineer's office, if we can get local data, we use local data. But let's say we're going to use the ITE data. We're still well below the other uses under CMU as far as trip generation for this facility. Even with that, we're coming in to this understanding that that intersection at Santiago and Blue Creek needs to be improved. There are queuing problems there that have existed prior to the development of this land, prior to us even considering or contemplating the use of this. Taking a left turn out of Santiago to head south on Blue Creek creates queuing at that intersection, and there is no getting around that. As a part of this project, we're adding, at the cost of the developer, a third lane into that intersection. That's going to improve the level of service to that intersection remarkably for people trying to travel, particularly trying to travel into town. We're adding sidewalk. Whether we put the sidewalk on the north side or the south side, we're paying for sidewalk and we're willing to pay for sidewalk. And the intent of this developer, because he also owns the Blue Creek facility to the south, the storage facility to the south, is that we will build that sidewalk as shown here across the Blue Creek portion on Santiago, as well as, for one large project. So we would carry that past the car wash property to the edge of the Blue Creek property as we're building this out. Again, trying to improve it. Whether that's the right spot to put sidewalk or not, that's a debate for somebody other than me. That's what we've been told we have to do. So we're happy to do that. We have also worked with the neighbors in the best way that we could to agree with the zoning commission to reduce hours. We're willing to turn down lighting or shut off lighting when not in service. Council member Neese. So we are acceptable to that kind of amendment if you feel like that should be something that added to the conditions. That's not a problem. We're happy to do that to try to be good neighbors here. The crux of this and the crux of what you're going to hear from the neighborhood is that there is a bigger problem on Blue Creek Road when it comes to traffic, when it comes to speed, and when it comes to safety. And that's an important topic and an important issue to talk about. But that's not anything that we, as an applicant for a special review or for a permitted use on a property, can handle, deal with, or fix in this process of application for use of our property. We have done everything that we possibly can, including traffic studies, agreeing to traffic improvements, agreeing to off-site improvements to try to make this a better situation for the neighborhood, but we cannot fix Blue Creek. During the neighborhood meeting, offered as the District 5 Commissioner for MDT to assist in any way that I can with the neighborhood in doing that. Nobody asked me for any help. So there's a lot of issues that were brought up and a lot of understandable frustration. But that's as far as that conversation went. I've had one conversation with a member of the Blue Creek Corridor Commission to explain the situation, and I went out of my way to find the traffic studies through MDT that were done in 2004 and 2006. Those are out of date. Nobody will argue with you about that. The fact that the county commission has requested an updated speed or safety study, whatever the terminology is, that's a good thing. Everybody is looking forward to that. We'll support it as the developer, and I'm happy to try to help facilitate that as the commissioner. But again, we can't fix Blue Creek with this application. That's a bigger issue and a bigger problem than one applicant, one neighborhood. And it's going to take the city working with the county and MDT to come up with some safety improvements to that road and a speed study to look at reductions of speed in that area. We'll support that. We'll support the neighborhood. I'm happy to do it. Nobody has asked me to help yet, but we are there to help, and I am there to help personally with the issue. So, with that said, I think for the most part, the only thing that I wanted to add is in mitigation for this. Remember, we are adding an additional turn lane to Santiago. We are adding sidewalk for improved pedestrian safety. We've agreed to reduced hours of operation. We've agreed to lighting and sign restrictions. You know, we agreed to installing a wall for for viewing and view obscuring fence and to keep track of trash. Like we've done and agreed to everything that we could possibly agree to, other than just don't build anything on this site, which isn't an acceptable option for us. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. I appreciate your consideration, and I apologize. I swear this is the last time this year that I'm going to come to you with a difficult application.
It's a long year.
Yeah. Better make those promises in December
I'll
than
send
January.
somebody else.
Okay, do we have any questions for the applicants? Councilmember Purington, Councilmember Owen, Councilmember Neese.
So you're going to have it so blocked off, no one's even going to know it's a car wash if you keep going with all these walls and Rhino Rock and everything else. But back to the point. So some of the concerns were security and lowering the lights and, reducing the hours of operation. I get that. However, I'm also concerned with that area out there, that if it's not either has a gate to it or something after hours, that there will be people that will be using that as a gathering place or something. Do you foresee that at all?
It honestly hasn't been something that we've considered in gating the facility after operation. I'd have to ask the applicant, but it wouldn't be our preference to do that. Our preference would be just to manage security like every other property would manage security with lights and video. But I would have to ask the applicant, the owner.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Owen?
Scott, I have a couple questions, so let's try to punch through these, okay?
Yes.
Okay. The vacuuming stalls, are they the coin-operated kind that sort of power up when you stick money in, or are they the always-on like we have at Mint?
My understanding is that they're the always on while the facility is in operation. So when you pull them out,
They get louder.
they get loud.
Yeah. Okay, I got it. We talked about the MDT studies, the county's requested the updated study. What's the timeline, do you know, for that safety study to be done?
I'll try to summarize this the best I can. I had a conversation with Mike Taylor, the acting District 5 administrator, this morning about that. There's some discrepancy in the way that was requested. Words, as an attorney, you understand, words have meaning and words matter. What was requested of MDT was a safety study. That is different than a speed study. Mike is meeting with Debbie and with Tim Miller, the County Public Works Director, I believe this Thursday, to iron out exactly what is expected, but I know that it's already queued up in Helena. If this is a safety study, that includes looking at crash data, that includes looking at geometric configurations, that's a lot deeper dive and a lot more effort than looking at a speed study, which monitors speeds, travel, and takes into account crash data. It does not look at geometric changes. It does not look at warrants at intersections. It does not go that deep. So lining out what those are, and the city should have some input in that, is important.
Which one would result in an analysis of whether or not this intersection needs stoplights?
A safety study of that corridor would look at most intersections or the most traveled intersections along Blue Creek, is my understanding.
Timeline for that kind of study?
That would be, I would guess, at MDT, and this is reckless speculation on my part, it's probably a year-long effort before some kind of results are put forward to the city and the county for consultation and review.
So then what's your construction timeline if this were approved tonight?
Our goal would be to build this year.
Okay.
So it would ideally be open
Factored
and
into
up.
the study then, or?
It would be factored in if it was constructed. It may be taken into consideration if it's planned and approved as an approved use. I mean, I can certainly make sure that MDT does, if it's an approved use, take into consider the trip generation that we've produced for the city.
Okay, two last quick questions.
Yes.
There is an intersection in the Heights at Lake Elmo and Main Street where Starbucks is located. If you've ever been there, it's a little country in the morning with the queuing. So how does this distance compare to that between the Blue Creek and the entrance here? Because at that, which is very close to an intersection, you see people sort of pulling onto the sidewalks to get out of the way and all that kind of self-help to navigate an area. So what's this distance comparison?
This is going to have a little bit more room, and I think it's different as well just from the use. People aren't lining up to go through a car wash like they line up to go through Starbucks in the morning. I would make that argument to you first. Second, to answer one of Councilmember Neese's questions about the different configurations here and the switch ups about layout, the layout that was submitted to the planning board had a drive around, a bypass lane around, as opposed to just the drive lane coming into those auto service bays. So it allows people, if they turn off on Santiago and they turn into that site, to go around the facility and come back out and kick back out if it's busy and they don't want to wait in line. That was the modification that got made. That doesn't change anything else. It doesn't have any material change to the site. But that also allows for people to get out of there if they don't want to wait in line. I can't give you exact distances because I just don't know that. I just think this is such a different use. And it's not the Mint. It's not intended to be the Mint car wash or Glacier or any of those major car washes that you're not going to see that level of action or that level of backup for a facility like this.
And the very last is I just want your professional input, not as an applicant,
Sure.
agent, but just as a planner and an engineer. How do we make this area safer for kids?
Sidewalks.
Both sides?
Yeah, so, sidewalks should be put on both sides ideally. If we were gonna do one before the other, it should be done on the north side. And that would be the most useful. If you look out there in the snow, you can see very clearly where the kids walk. They come down the north side of Santiago, they cut across the No Cash Water site, and they drop down the hill into Casey's Corner. They don't go out to Blue Creek, they don't walk on the south side. Sidewalk on the south side, it is gonna go to nowhere until the north sidewalk is built. And even then, you're not gonna have a sidewalk down Blue Creek. So there still is no pedestrian connection from Santiago down Blue Creek to Casey's Corner. And MDT likely is not going to want you to put a sidewalk in on that No Cash Water site. So if you're gonna get kids off of Santiago to Casey's Corner, you may want to consider a sidewalk that goes down the drive lane to the city's water station and cuts down the backside of No Cash Water into Casey's Corner. That would be the best way.
Does that make more sense than opening that land up for a bus stop?
In my opinion, yes. I think the bus drivers there would have a hard time turning around
They'd
and
have to be able to
maneuvering.
go all the way in.
Yeah, and I don't think that's the best use of the property, and it's certainly not the best for school district two, I would surmise.
Thank you.
Councilor Neese, you had something?
I did, thank you, Mayor. I know we can't fix Blue Creek, so I don't want to, this is not so much a question to fix it now, but when Blue Creek is fixed, will your property, or the property here, will it, what type of, or I guess the question is, at that time, will you be required to put the improvements in, as far as there's a waiver there signed that you would have to put the improvements in when MDT comes around and says, this is what we want this Blue Creek to look like?
No. When MDT comes in and does a project, MDT pays for the project unless there are set aside funds or something like that from the city through an assessment. But if MDT was to come in and do a corridor project down Blue Creek, that would be funded through MDT.
Through MDT, so the property owners would not fund any of that? Okay.
No, they would fund that.
Okay, so sidewalks, things like that would not be something that we would be considering? Okay.
That would be an MDT, part of MDT's project at the behest of the city.
Thank you. Councilmember Tricky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make sure of two things that I believe are true, and just want to make sure I'm right. So the entranceway to the car wash is as far east as it can possibly go because of the slope.
The entrance into the car wash is set to align with the exit coming out of No Cash, and that is not negotiable. We actually tried to move that closer to the intersection, and Public Works said, no, you've got to align those so that they're directly across from each other on Santiago.
And you are currently planning on putting sidewalk in from the highway right-of-way to the first residence in that neighborhood?
It'll go to the backyard almost of the first residence. It goes as far as Blue Creek Storage's property goes, which kind of comes around the corner there.
Thank you.
Okay. So in feet approximately, how close is that to the house on south side of Santiago at the hill?
That I don't know. It's going to be right to the corner of that house.
The house across from Shasta.
Yes, so it'll go to where Boulevard is. Right there.
It includes that whole
Yep.
stretch. Okay,
Yep.
excellent. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Scott. We need to go to a public hearing. We need to make sure that people here have an opportunity to be heard. So if you'd like to be heard on this item number 2, please come forward, tell us your name and address, and just ask to keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Cecil Wervin. I live at 4511 Shasta Lane. I have some reference material that I'd like to distribute, if I can do that, please. A question I have asked repeatedly regarding this car wash project is, what is a corridor, and when was Santiago Boulevard identified as a corridor subject to CMU1 or CMU2 zoning restrictions? The zoning codes are corridor multiple use, but nobody seems to be able to tell me how a corridor is defined, or if commercial development can be approved under the CMU1 or CMU criteria if the development will not use a recognized corridor for access or egress in support of the business. The closest to any kind of answer has been, it's a city street. Based on that, I researched the city street plan. The handout that you've been given is taken from Chapter 5 of the 2018 Billings Urban Area Long Range Transportation Plan. I hope that most of you are already aware of the content of it. The word corridor is used 77 times in that document, but there is not an acronym, terms, or definition section in the plan. Based on how the word is used in the plan, it appears that a corridor is closely connected in terminology to a state highway or a principal arterial street. The word is used several times in connection with studies like the Highway 3 corridor study or in the old Highway 312 corridor study, which implies that a corridor handles high volumes of vehicle traffic. There are repeated references on improvement projects proposed along principal arterial corridors, such as the Shiloh Road corridor, the King Avenue West corridor, and the Main Street corridor. In order to compare this project to other car washes operating in the city, I compared existing facilities to the functional classification map that you have in the city street and highway plan to identify the type of access they have to support their business. That would be the list based on that research. There are currently 25 car washes that operate within the city of Billings, and of 20 of those, they all receive their access from what's been identified in the city plan as a principal arterial. These are major roads that provide commercial use and traffic throughout the city. 5 of them have access from a connector. None of them are provided their access from a local or city street. Santiago Boulevard is neither a principal arterial or a connector, and barely meets the standard as a local road or street, as there are no curbs, no gutter, no sidewalks, no centerline striping, or traffic control signs within that subdivision. It's the most closely related to an alley in relation to its construction standard. approving the use of Santiago Boulevard as the only access and egress for a car wash is contradictory to how the transportation system within the city was designed and how it is used to provide support to commercial activity through principal arterials or connector roads. It is unfortunate that when the parcel was purchased and divided into 2 lots, that the owner did not conduct the necessary research and through due diligence ensure that the smaller lot could be developed as they intended. Prior to construction of the storage facility, they could have coordinated their plan with MDOT regarding their access needs off of Blue Creek Road, the recognized transportation corridor that exists in support of CMU1 types of development. The number of units on the north end of the storage.
And Mr. Whether, if
unit.
you would wrap up.
Okay. The issue has never been on if a car wash should be approved or not in that lot. It is how access to that car wash or some other type of commercial development is being pushed onto the residents of the Cedar Park subdivision to provide for the use of the only local road in and out of the area because the developer failed to consider the rules that exist for connection onto Blue Creek Road. The failure of the developer to properly plan their project should not become the problem of the residents of the Cedar Creek subdivision or justify an unprecedented approval for use of a local street to support this type of development.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next.
I don't know if I can follow that one. You did a good job. Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Wendy Stiff. I live at 4507 Bowman Drive, real estate lender. During previous opportunities to speak and share emails with you all, we shared our concerns about the haphazard business growth in Blue Creek corridor. Recently, there has been some communication between all parties, and once again, more information about this district has come to light, as you've probably seen in emails. This has been our hope from the start. We understand that today's decision is based on the 9 special review criteria, and our neighborhood group sent alternative findings of these criteria via email, and we do appreciate the time you took to review those. Criteria number 3 stands out the most to me regarding size and topography. In reading the presentation from today, an outsider might think the applicant is a victim of this site with no other options available for development. What I have here is the full version of Table 27-1000, AKA Allowable Uses of CMU1, showing 50 other uses permitted for the site with no special review required. And let's not forget, as my neighbor stated, this is the same property owner as the adjacent storage units next door. This problem child of a site is actually one the owner created. He had control over the subdivision and development of approximately 10 acres. A drive-through business on this less than 1 acre lot is simply a square peg in a round hole. And the applicant is asking you for 7 variances to shoehorn it in with ingress and egress onto a neighborhood local street. Now, throughout our involvement in public meetings, we have heard some disheartening comments. So I will quote, "Well, it could be worse. You should just be happy it's not a casino or a bar." Also, there's nothing you can do to stop this. You can't stop progress. Available on video at a meeting is our public comments being called absurd, comical, a joke. And we wonder why the public isn't more involved. From our perspective, the applicant has benefited greatly from our knowledgeable and highly experienced planning department. We don't have the benefit of an advocate or a full presentation. That is why we have been so vocal trying to start up a neighborhood group. We don't have a task force yet. We don't have a neighborhood plan. We don't have an HOA or a planned unit development. And a special review does not have an option for a protest petition. So who is the advocate today for the citizens who are affected the most by these decisions? It's our elected officials. It's all of you guys. So we are asking for a no vote on this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi. Well, you guys don't smile much.
Roxy Shalonik, 4431 Bowman Drive.
I'm sorry, what was your name again?
Roxy Shalonik. I've lived out there over 30 years. I've been there over 30 years. First of all, it's their land. I'm not against them doing something. It's their land, and they can do something with it. The problem is you're using our one way in and our one way out. When they first started the storage units, that was great. I mean, it was just an empty field. Nobody ever mowed. Eaton's owned it. I think the city owned it. The county owned it. Finally, somebody bought it. They developed it. Storage units. They look kind of nice. I mean, it's not crappy. It's really nice looking. When they first came out, they had intended to put a car wash. Since then, you've added the Blue Creek Boat Marina. You've added the bike path. You've added other things on our highway. The city has grown tremendously. So the garbage trucks that are coming up and down that road are multiplied. It's ridiculous if you go out there Monday through Friday. I appreciate you going out there and checking out our hill and where our kids are going. My kids walk down that road, junior high, senior high, and many kids do. Not as many right now as we've had in the past. We have had 30 kids down at the store at times. Right now, we don't have that many. It's a wonderful neighborhood. As far as finding another road out of there, good luck. We live in hills and valleys. There is no other road out of there. When the land up there sells, they intend to come down Bowman Drive. They can't come down Bowman Drive. I had a traffic thing out there. We had cars go past my house at 50 miles an hour. 50 miles an hour. We don't have sides. We don't have sidewalks. We don't have lights. We don't have shoulders. We don't have nothing. We were annexed in 20 years ago along with Briarwood. We pay the same taxes as Briarwood. We don't have any of the amenities. And there's no way you're going to get 60 of us to pay for you to come in with SIDs. It's impossible. We'd all have to walk away. There's absolutely no way you can put sidewalks, streetlights in that neighborhood. There's no other way in, no other way out. It's going to cost way too much money, and we can't afford it. It's a beautiful area. Blue Creek is a beautiful area. It's been discovered. It's going to grow. They own the property. They have a right to build something. So let's get together, city, state, planning, zoning, everyone, and figure out how they can go in and out onto Blue Creek Highway and leave our one road alone. What are we supposed to do when they're doing construction? How do we get in and up there? We don't have shoulders. I mean, what are we going to do? Our road, I appreciate you going there because it is like this, and the water is all going to go downhill. They have accommodated us with everything, a turning lane. We have never, ever had a bus stop. No flashing light, no nothing. And shame on you, the city people, for forgetting about us at Cedar Park. And now look what you've done to us. You have put our kids and all of us and our pets and everything in danger. They can just go up the hill and turn around where you turned around. What about those people who have houses there? You have forgotten us. The city of Billings has forgotten us. We pay the same amount of taxes as Briarwood. So I think you probably better get together and figure out how these guys can build their car wash and leave our road alone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Council, Mayor. My name is Heather Haynes. I live at 4439 Bowman Drive. I sent you guys an email, so I won't read through it again. But I had some comments about topics that came up today. One of them, it was misleading, in my opinion, when Ms. Cromwell stated that there's possible alternative accesses. Because what you don't really see in these maps is how hilly it is up there. And that if you added she said it dead ends. If you try to add a hill down that, that'd be really fun for those kids, I'm sure, because they're just gonna slide right down it because it's gonna be very hilly. And the whole neighborhood, especially on icy roads, does get very difficult to maneuver if you don't have a four-wheel drive or an all-wheel drive vehicle. I've had to make several calls to the city every winter for cars to get up and down the hills. And so adding in, when you think about this, the topography, when you think about accesses and possible other ones, it's really not an ideal situation. And even she had stated later on in a comment, well up the hill. So let's think about that for a second. As a parent, the sidewalk on either side of the street goes down to Blue Creek Highway. And as a parent, when my kids walk down to Casey's Corner to get snacks or whatever, my one rule is stay away from the highway. They are instructed as parents up in Blue Creek to stay, or up in Cedar Park, to stay away from Blue Creek. That's why they traverse the way that they do, because all of the parents have said, stay away from the highway. That's a common sense thing that you as a parent tell your kid. So to me, I think it's a waste of money to put a sidewalk on either side of the street because they're not going to be instructed to use that sidewalk. They're going to still cut through no cash water. They're still going to cut through the city water facility. It doesn't matter where you put a sidewalk, north side, south side, it doesn't matter. My idea on my thought process of putting the car wash in, and somebody had asked about a view from Blue Creek Road and, you know, if it's going to be impeded. Well, if Mr. Essman were to build next to no cash water, that's going to impede your view as far as making, you know, bringing cars in and all of that. That's going to impede your view. You're also going to have, you're not going to have a clear line of sight as you travel down Blue Creek Road at 50 miles an hour, which is the current stated mile per hour. You're not going to have that clear line of view because of Blue Creek storage. It's already sitting there if you're coming from the south to the north, and vice versa from the north to the south. When you've got the no cash water, you've got the Blue Creek or the gas station right there, you've got all of these entrances. You're paying attention to the road and all of these entrances and exits and cars and what they're doing. So I'd like to see what's going on. So those are just some of the items that I wanted to bring up. And we have talked a lot about the kids in the neighborhood and that there's not a lot right now. I have 3 that are growing up. They'll eventually be going. We've got kids that are growing up in that neighborhood, so right now there might not be, but let's think about the future also. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Michelle Johnson, 2705 Blue Creek Road. I wanted to start out telling you guys thank you. I know this is daunting, having all this information all the time, every week. And I want to thank Mr. Chariki for suggesting we deal with Blue Creek Road, which we did. We requested a traffic study, and Wild Friday's been really forthcoming with information, answering our questions. And Debbie Melling is always professional and very nice, answering questions and helping. So thank you for all that. I had notes all ready to go, but listening to the engineers' things and some of your questions, I had to redo it, so I'll be a little disorganized. When you talk about that water going on to the road, that's going to turn into ice in the winter. And when these cars are coming 50, 60 miles an hour on Blue Creek Road, and they don't all go 50 miles an hour, just trust me. When they're doing that and you're sliding out into Blue Creek Road, it's going to be a horrible accident. I mean, it's not something I'm looking forward to going to do. Those vacuums that are on the end are going to obstruct sight. I own property on Blue Creek Road, and I mow the weeds in the right-of-way, even though that's not my job, but I need to be able to see. So I think those are going to obstruct the view. As far as maintenance goes, is there a fee if somebody does complain, or do they just send you a letter and go, you shouldn't do that? I mean, I don't know if there really is anything that happens with that. Scott makes it sound like they're doing all this great grand stuff. You know, we're going to put in a turn lane. We're going to do all this stuff. Those are requirements. Every developer has the same requirements. It's not a big favor. It's not anything they're going above and beyond. He says we can't fix Blue Creek Road with this application. You don't have to make it worse with this application, and it will. I guess crime is not a concern with the car wash, but it is okay with the filling station. It's a concern. We can't take that chain off because of crime, but we can put a car wash there. So I guess I have 6 seconds left. This car wash does not make anything walkable. Nobody walks to a car wash. So that's all.
Thank you. Any other public comment before we close?
Mayor, we do have one person online.
We have somebody online? Okay. If you can pull that person up, we'll go ahead and,
All right, Mrs. Fordham, go ahead and have your public testimony or comment.
Good evening, thank you. Can you hear me?
we can.
Okay. My
Please.
name is Janice Fordham, and this is my husband, John. Our family resides at 6700 Jellison Road in Billings. We live just over 2 miles from the proposed development. I would like to clarify one comment I also heard. There is not currently a bus for Blue Creek Elementary School. Our children attend there, and they must be dropped off and picked up at the school. So the only busing of students in the area at Casey's Corner is for Riverside and Senior High. Our kids will use the same location in the future as well. I'm in favor of the development of a car wash because of the need for our community. Currently, the closest car wash is the Holiday gas station. It's approximately 2 miles from Blue Creek Storage, and it has a hard angle, and it cannot accommodate RVs or other oversized vehicles. Many Blue Creek residents, and even those who rent space for storage at Blue Creek Storage, can benefit from the additional service to our community. This would be a great addition for owners of oversized vehicles, RVs, boats, and ATVs. One concern heard at the last city council meeting and today is safety. I agree safety can be a concern in any community with an increase in additional business and frankly increased homeowner. But this does not fall on the Blue Creek Storage to provide all of the additional sidewalks and lights, although they've agreed to do that. Blue Creek community is growing and we need additional services. And I do believe that a car wash adds convenience that we do not currently have. These are the reasons why I urge the council to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, we have one more online.
Go ahead. Who else online?
Give me 1 second here. All right, Megan, go ahead with your public comment.
Megan, if you can hear us, go ahead and start. We cannot hear you yet.
Okay, my apologies. Can you hear me now?
We can.
All right, thank you guys. So this is Megan Pimley. I live at 2755 Torrey Pines Drive. I wanted to thank you all for the opportunity to speak this evening. Although my husband and I are considered to be a developer of the project, I also want to call out that it's important that we are residents within the Blue Creek community. We're parents of young children attending our schools. We're employed full-time citizens in the Billings community, and we're also born and raised Montanans. It truly is not our intent to disrupt the community, but to expand the footprint of our small business and give passerbys the opportunity to stop in and wash their vehicle if they so choose. We understand there's been a lot of angst about the development of a car wash within the area, with the largest shared concern being that of safety due to increased traffic along the highway. We share this concern about safety and are wanting to partner with community members to bring attention to this matter with the city and state. Regardless of whether or not the car wash happens, growth will continue along the corridor, as already evidenced by land for sale signs and new home construction. The Blue Creek area is an extension of the city, and as the city expands, so does the growth within our area. The real conversation that should be occurring is about forming a community partnership around highway speed and road safety, rather than focusing on an anti-development platform in a flourishing city. I am in support of approving the car wash, as we, the owners and developers, have partnered closely to bring forward improvements from the last city council meeting, and I believe that ongoing conversations such as this will only continue to help bring ongoing improvements to our community with each future development. Thank you all for your time and consideration this evening.
Thank you. If there's no one else online, we'll look back to people with us today. Please come forward, and if you do want to comment, do make a little line so I know when to close off public comment.
My last public comment,
couldn't figure out where they were, and they were right here. Good evening. Quick question. Somebody mentioned before, Ms. Pimley.
Sir, and your
about-
name and address.
I'm sorry. My name is Charles Stiff. I live on Bowman Drive. Quick question, though. It was mentioned earlier about RVs being used in the proposed car wash site. I have yet to see, and we have asked this several times, anybody know how big an RV or how big of a vehicle with a bed of a truck, or if a trailer can accommodate with the truck, and would that be anything that would have an issue with this proposal? I have yet to hear that from anybody, but if anybody could answer that would be great. I live on Bowman Drive with my wife. We've been there for 8 years. I'd like to start with a quick reminder. The Blue Creek Corridor has many longstanding homes, ranches, small and large farms. This fabric is key in preserving our community and should not be diminished. Many have lived here for decades, as you've heard earlier, and that is truly what makes Blue Creek Corridor so unique and special. So let me argue why it is necessary to oppose 995 and how unneeded it truly is. Just as you all decided that zone change 1017 did not meet criteria number 1, number 3, number 7, number 8, and number 10, and I don't want to eat up any more of those. You all know what those are. In this special review, 995, number 10 doesn't exist, but it's included in 1 through 9. I would say that 995 does not meet any of the special review criteria needed for passage. Number 4 states, it will not be injurious to the use and enjoyment of the property in the immediate vicinity for the purposes already permitted. Case in point, the addition of the dedicated right-hand turn lane on Santiago Boulevard would interfere with water fill services from the business on the north side of the road, including the fire hydrant, which as it stands is directly in the proposed new right-hand 2 lanes, so that would have to be addressed. And that was put in there for big water trucks and it is metered. It is apparent that the project lacks the proper updated findings of the pending DOT safety study, which is needed to make prudent decisions that are in the best interest of the community corridor. City and state, in my opinion, have really kind of lacked in cohesively working together to make necessary changes to mitigate the safety concerns currently present. For example, the lack of proper school bus stop. Jeff Essman proposed a great idea in an email earlier to alleviate the safety concern, and I would think that if that is city land, wouldn't it be great to see a nice turnaround for a bus? I think it would be a great thing. I don't know if it would rectify the children coming across the street from Quanta. What is needed? City and state coordination for a variable speed zone and safe intersections. And I'll finish up real quick. Sidewalks down both sides of Highway 416, and I know that this isn't something that you can fix right away, but wouldn't it be encouraging to see people actually use it to be able to get to the parks and use the Yellowstone River? Many other improvements are needed before commercial business are green lighted. It's been stated and it's redundant. We already have a car wash and it's 1.6 miles away. In summary, the development of the site in question today has far-reaching implications. We quickly learned in 1 week what the full scope was when we collected the 116 signatures on the protest petition from 1017. Those opposed were from multiple neighborhoods, from Briarwood, Hillcrest, Quanta, and many other areas in our county. Regrettably, tonight, my time is very short and gone, but we thank you again for reviewing our many letters and emails. Many thanks for the opportunity to speak today. We ask for a no vote on 995. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment before we close the public hearing? Don't see any. Councilor Purington, do you have something for us?
I'm just telling Roy that his mic's bad.
I'm sorry?
Is it after talking to my mic was actually?
Oh. Here. Okay. All right, council, I'm assuming your pleasure is to continue our discussion here without a break, but I don't want to presume that wrongly. If anybody needs to walk away, we understand. Okay, we'll keep moving then. And back to council. Any further questions for staff or motions or other, what's your pleasure? Councilmember Rupsis.
Yeah, I just want to ask really quick, Scott, if you could address the issue or the question about RVs and trailers and what the capacity or logistics for getting those in and out of this facility. Is this specifically for cars and light trucks?
The site is going to be restrictive and difficult for, large fifth wheel pull behind campers. It's going to be difficult that way. Flatbed trailers, bumper pull trailers, those types of things can probably navigate this fairly easily. The auto bays are for vehicles only, but those manual bays will be big enough for larger vehicles to come in and come out and use that facility. Understanding that, we're not going to hang a sign out on the front that says if your vehicle is 56 feet long, you can't use a facility. There's going to be some discretion by the user to determine that. But generally, the way that the site is laid out, big fifth wheel campers are going to be difficult to navigate in there.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Rowan?
I have a question for Nicole.
Nicole.
Nicole, in addition to the recommended conditions here, the 20 of them, can council condition sort of an order of construction? Could we require that road to be improved before the construction began on the site?
I don't know. I would hesitate to put that kind of condition on, particularly if it's new construction and you're tearing up the road anyway to bring in utilities. You don't want to build something and then have it destroyed during subsequent construction.
So how does the city manage the kind of concern that we heard raised tonight, that were this project to be approved, the construction itself will be an impediment to traffic flow and safety?
Well, typically, every developer of a new site, even a redevelopment of an existing site, works with the city engineering, particularly the traffic engineer, to come up with a traffic safety plan for the frontage along their property. So things like, you're not storing big piles of gravel out in the road. Those are stored on site, or you have a staging site that you've rented from somebody to put all that stuff on. If you have to close a street completely to traffic, that is a serious consideration. Most of the time, it never happens. They may close a part of a street just for, like a concrete pour or something where the concrete truck has to stay on the right of way while it's pouring. Things like that are temporary. They're not permanent. They don't last for months at a time unless you're talking about actual reconstruction of a road. So, for example, Santiago, adding that right turn lane on the north side, that may cause more traffic flow, congestion than the construction on the site.
Fair enough, thank you.
Sure.
Nicole, I've got a question for you. Obviously, there was a lot of discussion about the sidewalk. Personally, I think we need sidewalks on both sides of major streets. But something has to go first here. And I guess we could just require the sidewalk on the south side. But would you see a problem if the council were so inclined to, because the developers expressed or at least the developer's agent has expressed a flexibility in where they would invest sidewalk money, to instead change that condition or that element to require that they escrow money equivalent to the cost of building the sidewalk on the south side, but to give the city time to decide whether to require sidewalk on the south side or sidewalk to be built using those funds on the north side. Also, if the city did move ahead with building on the north side, that the developer would commit to giving an easement so that it could be built on the south side at some point as well. That could get a little complicated, and I don't recommend that we try to work out those kind of details. it would not be good. But can you address that issue of the possibility of escrowing funds and figuring out the exact route of sidewalks later?
Well, typically, when we start discussing off-site improvements in a public right-of-way in relation to a special review, we have typically said, we're not at that point yet. And we should allow the city engineering and the developer and the applicant to figure out what are the best improvements. Like, for example, this site plan shows a public sidewalk with a boulevard along Santiago Boulevard across the whole front of the property, because typically that is what is required of any development of this property. Whether the city waives that and says, you don't have to do it now, but you could have to do it in the future, I'm not so sure we have enough information to make a condition like that for this application. I mean, there's no condition right now that says put in the sidewalk.
Okay, you're saying that's just a part of the site plan?
Yeah, and Debbie is still here. And, I think it's just, we just expect compliance with all other city codes and policies when the development happens. But we're mainly focused on what happens on the site.
Okay, thank you. Anything further for staff or motions? Councilmember Tricky.
Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony and review of the zoning commission's recommendation for conditional approval, including the requested variations and adoption of the findings of the 9 review criteria, I move to approve special review 995.
Made and seconded by Councilmember Joy. Discussion now on the motion. Councilmember, you want to speak to your motion, and then Councilmembers Neese and Kulik.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council, residents of that area. This is a very complicated problem in terms of how to fix it. Obviously, there's a lot of things that have to be done in that area. The thing that is weighing most in my mind is that the people who own the property along the roads are the people who have to pay for sidewalk improvements, road improvements, and things like that. In order to get that sidewalk done there, we need this landowner to agree to do it. Does it solve problems? Some, a few. Are there other problems? Absolutely. But to me, the fact that at least we get that road improvement down there to the connection to Blue Creek and some sidewalks in there is a positive in terms of balance of the amount of traffic that is going to be added in there. So that is why I moved the motion and why I support it.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Joy, then Neese and Kulik.
Thank you. And I very much appreciate everyone coming forward and testifying and giving their heartfelt and very carefully considered testimony and ideas about this area. It really, one way in and one way out is a very difficult thing. One person asked, well, why isn't this developed after we have sidewalks? Because as residents have come forward and said, I don't want to pay for sidewalks. They do. They have to. That's the difference. So when we look at, sometimes I ask myself, who's in charge of my safety? Me. Who's in charge of my adult son's safety? He's on his own, but any grandchild, it will be partly me. So who's in charge of the safety? Me. What can I do to make that safe? And I know that the kids are not used to using the sidewalks, and depending on how this may turn out, north side, south side, to the corner of the home that's at the top of the hill, children need to use sidewalks. Yeah, but they cut across and it's quicker. And sometimes cutting across is actually putting you closer to danger. So I'm not suggesting that kids are close to an interstate where cars are traveling 65. Not at all. Not at all. But sidewalks are safer for children. Lighting is safer for everyone. Sidewalks are safer. The people who are going to have to make the decisions about what's safe are all of you and me. The developer is willing to pay for some of those improvements. Until a developer is willing to pay for that, that will sit without the lights, without sidewalks, and without improvements to that turn. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Neese.
Yes, first, just to the movement, and second, a friendly amendment to change, to accept the correction of the date from this to the 16th.
Any
the 22nd.
objection to that on condition 3, Councilmembers Tricky and Joy?
Okay,
No?
thank you.
And could you just, so it's clear for the record, state exactly what that would be?
Yes, it was the zoning commission's condition number 3. The date of the building design was not September 22nd, it was actually September 16th of 22.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Gulick? Or I'm sorry, do you have additional comments? Go ahead.
No, actually, I'll let Councilmember Georg speak, and then I do have, if you don't mind, I
Okay,
do
sure,
have
we'll
an
come back to
amendment to make.
Thank you. I think the applicant has been very conscientious in addressing and providing, getting all the details right. I think there's a more fundamental issue still, though, in terms of this use on this particular site. I mean, so I respectfully disagree with the applicant in terms of the constraints on this site. It is a very challenging site with the floodplain, the sewer easement, and then the slope. It's especially challenging for putting a car wash on, and that's why there's a lot of variances that would be required as well. But I think if you looked at other uses, most other uses that are part of CMU1, you actually can get about 65% of the a building put to the build-to line. So I think, ideally, I guess I'd see this as a developed, and for the reasons that Councilmember Joy and Tariki talked about, it will help pay for sidewalks and other improvements that everyone's going to benefit from. I see it, though, more ideally as a use that is sort of neighborhood services for the area. Small grocery, restaurant, small retail, maybe some housing on it. That I think would be more compatible, and what CMU1 is really all about. This is trying to force the car wash as a really kind of a forced use for CMU1. So in terms of my opposition, I will vote no on the motion, citing criterion number 9. The special review use shall in all other respects conform to the applicable regulation of the district in which it is located, except as regulations may in each instance be modified by the city council. I think this is just still not fundamentally a really good fit for this. And so I will be voting no on the motion.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further discussion on the motion? Councilmember Neese.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to add condition number 21 to include subted lighting principles, which would also include dimming of the outside lighting during after hours.
Second by Councilmember Owen.
I'd like to speak to my motion.
Okay, please do.
I think one of the things that we as a city need to do is really accept and start integrating the SEPTEP principles in some of these reviews and the plans, not just from developers, but also within the city developments and parks. So I think this is one way to put it in there. It really wasn't talked much about that, but I think this gives us the opportunity to show the developers and show the public that we are concerned about the safety, want to make sure that we're following certain principles that actually help promote better and safe development. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the motion? Or I'm sorry, the proposed amendment. I guess I just have a question for staff. Shows my ignorance. I guess I'm just having problems capturing how less light is safer. Nicole, can you address that? And whether it's really our role to be dictating that, but go ahead.
Well, typically outdoor lighting after dark can create glare. In other words, it could be so bright that you can't see what's underneath or behind that light. And your eyes cannot adjust quickly enough, going from the glare to the non-glare, to distinguish what's happening over there as well. So shielded lighting is great, but dimmed lighting can also contribute to better visibility overall.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Can I assume you don't have any concerns about the proposed amendment?
I do not have concerns about the proposed condition. I think I captured it.
Okay, all right,
It's
thank you.
approved.
Further discussion on the proposed amendment, Councilmember Tricky?
I just need to be sure that I understand what you're saying. So you're asking to decrease the amount of light at that intersection?
I think it's around the built environment, the property itself, but Nicole, you can address it, and so can Councilmember
Was this
Dees.
only for non-operational hours?
That's correct, only non-operational, right?
Right. So the same time you turn the lights off on the signs, you would dim the lights in the parking lot and on the building. Not this, I don't think there are any street lights proposed here. So this would just be in the parking area and on the building itself.
Okay, I would accept that as a friendly amendment.
Okay. It's substantive enough. Let's have a vote. Yeah, that's substantive enough. Let's go there. So any other discussion, though, on the motion itself, this proposed amendment? Okay, we'll put it to a vote. If in favor of the proposed amendment to add the 21st condition along the lines we've just discussed, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Guess that passed unanimously. We'll now go to Councilmember Purrington.
Thank you. So I would like to propose an amendment as well that would include the sidewalk on the north side. I know it hasn't been determined how long that sidewalk would be, where it would start and finish, because you're not going to take it all the way down to Blue Creek because there's a ditch there. So even if it went as far as the entryway to what the kids are using right now, into that, the no cash station. So I would propose an amendment that would allow the owner to provide the sidewalk on the north side of Santiago where it ends at the no cash. And then I don't know how far up it's going to go because that would be dependent.
Okay. Do you want to clarify the north perimeter or?
Well, I don't
the
know how
north
long
boundary?
that line is. I don't know if Nicole or Scott could define how far that sidewalk would go on the north side.
Mayor, point of order. Without a second, there's no discussion.
We don't have a discussion. We're just trying to clarify the motion. And if we have a clear motion, then we'll see if there's a second. So, Nicole, did you want to comment on to help Councilor Purrington on that north boundary?
Well, for discussion purposes or clarification, this is the drive approach for the no cash water. This darker gray area is that the northbound turn lane, the right turn lane that's proposed to be installed by this developer. This driveway is to the city's water filling station right here. So this line is the property line on the south side that belongs to this applicant and this developer, the adjacent right-of-way, basically, where they would build the sidewalk. And that's the north side.
So the north side, because of that right turn lane, there really isn't a place for a sidewalk.
I don't know how wide the right-of-way is here. I think this line here is the right-of-way, this solid line. Right here is the right-of-way. So there's right-of-way, but I'm not sure. Not sure of the, what's the terrain like? Could you put
Right.
one in there or not?
I'm going to withdraw that, Mr. Mayor, because we don't have enough information on it.
Okay, all righty, thank you very much. Further discussion now on the amended motion. Councilmember Neese.
Mayor, I just want to admonish the staff or ask the staff, when they look at these projects like this, especially with, I know this is a slopey area, with the new curb, new sidewalks, water, that we would hear about what the options are for stormwater. And so I know there are several options. You can have the curbing and you can have the strip curbing, which is great. I think that is, to me, I think that's one of the better options. It allows the runoff to actually go on site to the property. It doesn't push it downstream. It stays within where it normally, naturally would go. And so if that is an option, I'm not going to condition the property for that, but I would ask the staff, when they look at these, consider all options for how they treat the stormwater on this, so it doesn't go downhill, collect, and flood. Thank you.
Okay, discussion on the motion. Do we have any further discussion on the motion before we proceed to a vote? Councilmember Purington.
This is another one of those difficult decisions. I always appreciate the owners stepping up and trying to use their land for commercial use. I appreciate that. I appreciate the residents coming in and expressing their concerns. I think my concerns would be based on number 6 and number 7, which was it's necessary to protect the public health, safety, and general welfare. And then also number 7 had to do with adequate access roads. I think adequate is a pretty nebulous term in this respect. So at this point, I think Scott even mentioned there'll be more variances that they'll have to bring forward, that I will vote no on this.
Okay, just a clarification. I didn't hear any plan for future variances. You did say there were plenty of them here, is what I understood. But Councilmember Ripsis?
Thank you, Mayor. I was not in support of changing this land to heavy commercial land. I fully expected this to come back as a car wash as they had proposed, and I see they've done that. They've gone to seemingly great lengths to make it fit. I am concerned about the kids walking to school and walking down this road. To me, this seems like a perfect opportunity for the thing that we're going to be discussing here, hopefully not too long, a missing sidewalk program. I think we can get this in possibly next year. If this is all city property on the north side of it, except for where the no cash water is, and that should be assessed just like any other property. So I think that sidewalk can be addressed next year if we can get that on the list, if that rises to the top, however that's determined. I think it behooves us to have the developer pay for the sidewalk in their property. So that should be the priority at this point. And then next year we come back with the missing sidewalk, or whenever that is determined to be to get on the list. And it's the city's responsibility. It's our property. We should put the sidewalk through there. So for me tonight, this is a yes. I understand also the concern or the desire to have this traffic exit out directly onto Blue Creek. However, that would likely be a less safe situation for almost everybody involved, including you exiting your neighborhood with another entrance onto Blue Creek just 50 feet down the road. So I think the addition of the right turn lane will help. There's not going to be a ton of traffic in and out of here. Personally, I can't see it getting all that much traffic at all, but I do think it will be a much safer situation for you actually entering and exiting from Santiago than if they were to exit directly onto Blue Creek. So with that being said, I am supporting this effort tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor, are we prepared to vote? Anybody closing comments? Nobody's jumping up and down, so I guess we'll move to a vote. Again, the vote is on the motion for approval that was amended to include the 21st condition concerning dimming of lights. Is the motion clear? Okay, so if in favor of the motion, please, let's do a hand vote. Raise your hand. So voting in favor, council members Shaw, Neese, Owen, Joy, Cole Tariki, Boyette, and Ripsis. Is voting in opposition. Council members Purington and Tidswell and Gulick. So the motion passes 8-3. I think that concludes item number 2. Right, Nicole? There wasn't anything else that we wrap up. So thank you, everybody, for your patience, and we will take a break now. It's 8:23. We'll be back no later than 8:30 for item number 3. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Denise, would you read item number 3A, please?
Yes, Mayor. Public hearing and resolution creating Special Improvement District, SID 1421, for Cypress Point, Opal Lane, and Greenbrier Road. Staff recommends approval. Action this evening is approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
All right, I believe our Public Works Director, Debbie Melling, is our presenter tonight. And this will be a public hearing, so we'll have an opportunity for public comment after. Yeah, no, I can't go home.
Okay, so SID 1421 is a pretty straightforward SID. You can see the boundary here. You've seen several of these recently. It's in an area that was platted many, many years ago and the lots were sold off. So there's a mix of owners, and the only way to get this infrastructure in, to get these streets in, is to do it through SID. So in this particular one, you can see most of the lots are owned by Ron Hill. That's in the gray. And then there's a few other owners throughout here as well. So the project would take those lots that you saw in that last development and basically provide infrastructure for them. So water, sewer, streets, and just finish the infrastructure for that portion of the development. So here are some details of this. The project cost is $1.2 million, just under $1.2 million. There's 23 parcels, of which 17 are owned by Ron Hill. He does provide the cash contribution on that. You can see at the bottom, $860,000, and that meets the raw land requirement that we have per city resolution. So the improvements to be assessed, like I said, it's all the infrastructure that would be needed for that subdivision, the water, sewer, curb and gutter, storm drainage, and street improvements. And then the sidewalks will be installed when building permits are done. So much like we do every new subdivision, it'll be done when building permits come in. Ron Hill's cash contribution is listed, and then the remainder is about $335,000 split equally between those 6 properties. So we did the resolution of intent December 12th, set the public hearing for tonight. There were no protests for this, no formal protests for this project. And we will plan on constructing this late May, finishing it in the summer. And then the other thing that's not on here tonight after this, if this is approved, the next item that you would have for approval is the approval of the contract for the engineer to design this project. So we don't want to move forward with that. That would normally be on consent, but we'd like to see if this passes before we approve that contract. And that is it.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions for Debbie, Councilmember Joy?
Thank you. This is just a question that's maybe a little bit into letter B, but usually you do engineering in-house, and for this project, you're not considering doing this in-house?
So we do in-house engineering for some projects, not all of them, and it really is based on staff time. At this time, we just have too many projects to be able to do this in-house.
Okay, Councilmember Neese and Councilmember Ripsis.
Thank you, Rick. Debbie, did I hear you say it's $55,000 per lot? Did I read that? Okay, and how long is that spread over?
12 years.
12 years? Okay.
15, sorry.
15. Do you know what's going to add to the, what the cost is per year it's going to be, or monthly kind of cost on that?
We do not. Sorry, Chris
Okay, that's
Hurst
right.
is the project engineer for this.
That's
and
fine.
he,
Thank you. I can figure
is
that.
over there
Thank you.
feeding me answers.
Yeah.
Okay, Councilmember Ripsis?
Mayor, Debbie, are we going to construct the entire length of Greenbrier Road? I couldn't tell from the diagram if we were just doing center section there. That doesn't connect through yet, does
Just
it?
a small section. So it does connect through. This makes the last piece for that connection.
Oh, okay.
So you can see the
Wingfoot is
light
already-
gray.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Wingfoot's already built too?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. Further questions for Debbie before we open up for public hearing? Councilmember Rowan?
Debbie, I'm going to ask this now, and I'll probably ask it again at missing sidewalks, but we heard tonight the sort of suggestion of maybe capping landowner contributions to these sorts of projects, because, I think if my math is right, and it rarely is, it'd be about $3,700 a year for the other homeowners, which is a significant burden. And so what do you think about that? Are there ways that we can approach projects like this or missing sidewalks and have it be less onerous to the homeowners?
So this project is unique because this is what a developer would normally do. So a developer comes in and they build all this infrastructure, and it's every bit of tens of thousands of dollars to do it. So the $55,000 is not out of line for what a developer would pay to develop a subdivision. If this was just sidewalk or just street, yes, I think it would be. I mean, that would be onerous. But this is to actually make these parcels buildable.
Okay, any other questions for Debbie? Don't see any, so thank you, Debbie. This is a public hearing on item 3A, SID 1421. Is there anybody who would like to comment on item 3A? Don't see anybody coming forward. Don't see anybody online. So we'll close the public hearing on item 3A. Councilmember Purington and then Councilmember Gulick and Shaw.
Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve a resolution creating Special Improvement District SID 1421 as recommended by staff.
Thank you. Is there a second, Councilmember Gulick? Discussion on the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion before we proceed to a vote? Seeing none, we will move to a vote. Motion is for approval, item 3A. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Denise, would you read item 3B?
Professional services contract with WWC Engineering for SID 1421. Staff recommends approval. Action is approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Thank you very much. Debbie, do we have a presentation on the proposed contract with WWC Engineering? We do not. So it was described and included in our packet, and the public has had an opportunity to look at it. So any other questions or motion? Councilmember On?
Just a quick question. Typically in these sorts of memos, we'll see the comparison bids, and I don't see them here. So can you just give us a little sense of how this bid compared to the others?
So these are professional services, so we don't bid those. So we do proposals, and in this one, who else proposed on it?
The memo says Sanderson, Stewart, Staley Engineering, and IMEG.
Right, but they don't give us costs, they give us proposals that are based on performance. And so there's references, there's their availability, project history, that sort of thing.
So they were selected based on qualifications?
They were based on qualifications, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Joy.
I move to approve the professional services contract with WWC Engineering for SID 1421 as recommended by staff.
Second by Councilmember Shaw. Discussion on the motion. Motion is for approval. Any questions or discussion before we move to vote? Don't see any, so the motion is for approval of item 3B. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Brings us to item 4. Denise, would you read item 4A, please?
Yes, resolution ordering improvements identified in work order 2302, missing sidewalk program. Staff recommends approval. Action this evening is approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Thank you very much. While they pull up the PowerPoint, Debbie will be our presenter again. Reminder, council, there is no public hearing here, but we did hear public input at the beginning of the meeting on this item, or parts of the item anyway. Council, or Debbie.
Mayor and council, it is time to talk about our missing sidewalk project this year. This is the highlight of my year every year, so let's get into it. So just a reminder, our concrete program is comprised of 3 different projects. One is grinding concrete, so the small trippers. One of them is small concrete repair, so if we have one panel of small spalled concrete or one tripper, we just replace those. This is our 3rd project, and that's the one where we do missing sidewalks that are full streets, We also do our ADA ramps under this, any curb and gutter replacement, drive approaches, drainage issues, just any kind of concrete goes under this project. But for today, we're going to hit on that first bullet, the missing sidewalks. So I'm not going to go through all this, just to remind you that we have a couple of resolutions that we brought forward in 2018 talking about these programs and what our program was going to be for our sidewalk projects, for our sidewalk policy, I guess. And then the state law does allow the city council to order in sidewalks anywhere in the city. So when we came back last year, when we talked about this in 2018, and then every year subsequently, we've talked about these being our priorities along arterials, along collectors, school routes, high pedestrian areas, meaning places where we see a little walking path like this, we call that a high pedestrian area. And then safe routes to school, that's now been added because it's our more formal project, or the more formal study that we've been given. So the design approach when we start these projects, many of you will probably recognize this as 54th. We first try to do boulevard sidewalk, and I'll walk through why in just a minute. If we can't do boulevard sidewalk, we do 7-foot sidewalk, again, to give kind of that distance for people to be away from the traffic, snow storage, all that kind of thing. We reduce from those as needed. So if we just can't get a boulevard in, we can't get 7-foot curb walk in, then we start, fitting in what we can. But those are our goals. We try to work around trees, landscaping, the grades, try to make these as easy as possible to construct and low cost to construct. While sidewalks aren't low cost, we try our best to make this as economical as we can. Now, I put here that we don't consider existing sidewalk consistency, and that is because we don't want to perpetuate a problem. So if we have 5-foot curb walk somewhere, we're not going to build 5-foot curb walk just because the neighbor has 5-foot curb walk. We're going to try to build better than we used to build. So 5-foot curb walk, and this is just why we don't do it. I know you guys have seen my pictures before, but 5-foot curb walk is tough. And when we have a tough snow day, it really looks just like that picture on the right hand. So this is just a reminder of why we don't do 5-foot curb walk whenever possible. Okay, now we're going to get into this year's project. Every year we sit down and we look at this. We try to do projects throughout the city. We try to do those projects, like I said, we started arterial, collector, schools, school areas, high pedestrian areas, and safe routes to school. Keep in mind, we did not have a safe routes to school project a year ago when we started this. So this is not reflective of the priorities that we now have. So our formal communication, this is based on the state law that tells us we need to communicate these assessments. We do not have to send letters to property owners until after it's passed by you. We choose not to do that way because that's not a great way to work with our citizens. So we do send letters telling them a project is coming. We send a letter then saying, hey, this is what your assessment's going to be. This is when the council is going to look at it. And that's why people have the opportunity to come here and speak with you. There's not a formal protest period, but given this opportunity that we convey, it does allow people to come and tell you how they feel about the project. Virginia Lane and Alkali Creek were delayed for a couple of years for different reasons. The first year we just had too big a project. The second year the costs were astronomical. So you may recall we did not do a sidewalk project last year. So I'll get into each one of these projects. Virginia Lane is from Pauley to Rimrock on the west side. So there's already a sidewalk on the east side. It's 5-foot curb walk. The reason we picked Virginia was because it's an arterial. It's along a school route. And it's the only missing piece that we have on Virginia Lane. So the whole rest of Virginia Lane does have sidewalk. There are 8 properties to be assessed on this project. And you can see here what that looks like. This is a really, really challenging location to put sidewalk in. You can see there's walls, there's grade issues, there's fences, there's trees, there's all kinds of things. So what we're looking at doing is pushing the curb out 7 feet instead of actually building into all those sidewalks or into all those fences and walls and trees. So we're going to push that curb out 7 feet, which narrows the street. It takes away parking for 2 properties, but we've been watching those properties for the last year and haven't seen parking in there, so we don't think that'll be a huge issue. It does narrow the street, and then it provides that 7-foot curb walk. We did not do boulevard just simply for space in this location, so we did the 7-foot curb walk as our recommendation. You can't see it under there, but there's 8 properties. We have talked to 5 of those 8. 2 of them are very excited for this project to come. 2 people are against the project, and then 1 person was just mostly asking questions. So that's the communication we've had on that neighborhood. We were asked quite a few questions from all of you on this project, so we just wanted to answer some of those. We did count pedestrians this last weekend, and we had 25 pedestrians on the east, 5 on the west. Keep in mind, there's no way to walk on the west, so it's pretty hard to say there's pedestrians on the west, but that was one-day count. There were 14 that crossed from west to east to use that sidewalk. So if you consider they're on the west side, probably would continue on that west side, we would have probably 19 pedestrians in one day on that west side. Already looked at the 7-foot curb walk. This is a great chance to look at traffic calming with the narrower lanes. Virginia is extremely wide. There is parking on the east side allowed, but no one parks on it. So you have this wide asphalt with basically no vertical or horizontal conflict there. So this is a direct route from Rimrock Road to Highland School and Pioneer Park. Like I said, we can work around all those landscaping issues, and it's the only piece of missing sidewalk on Virginia. So those are the details for Virginia. Do you want to go back to every one, and then we'll come back to each one specifically? Is that okay?
That sounds great.
Okay. So Alkali Creek Road is another one that's an arterial. It's a direct route to Alkali Creek School, and there's 17 properties on that. 6 of the 17 property owners did talk to us. Generally, we're looking at building a 5-foot boulevard walk because we have the ability to do that in this location. ADA ramps at the corner. There will be no new curb just because there's no storm drainage in that area. It drains well now. What we're going to do by adding the boulevard is allow that drainage in the boulevard. So it meets the design for a full street construction for Alkali Creek. So if we do go back and build that, we basically have everything in place to be able to just build from where we are. We'll avoid major landscaping issues. We can get around almost everything. And the project was identified in the Safe Routes to School plan as a high impact project. It's not going, Kevin. There we go. Okay. Parkview Drive from Broadwater to Lillis Lane. Details on this. It's a high pedestrian area. And we've had complaints on the ADA. So somebody in that area needs ADA. So we need to get out there and do that. There's missing sidewalk on the east side. There is sidewalk on the west side. And we are looking at installing those ADA improvements. So there's 5 properties, 2 were assessed. So the city is the majority, the city is the majority of this one, as you can see, because we do those non-addressed sides for residential properties. One of the people that is being assessed says it will get a lot of use, and so is for the project. Avenue C, high pedestrian area. There's a multi-family complex on that north side. You can see there's only 2 properties here, but one of them is the majority of that line. So there's a high density multifamily, and then of course there's a park on the east end. So there's a lot of high pedestrians in this area. There's no sidewalk on the north side, and there's only 2 properties being assessed, 2 properties on it. Only 1 is assessed. The one on the furthest east side is actually addressed to that road that goes up to the, what's the name of the road? Roadrunner. So that, all those properties are actually addressed off a Roadrunner. So the city is paying for the piece in front of that east end. 21st Street West is another one that is a high pedestrian area. You can see where people are using this area to walk. The missing sidewalks on the east side, and again, we've got Rose Park. So when we went and looked at Avenue C due to a citizen concern and have looked at the high pedestrian there, we kind of looked all around Rose Park and said, where else are people coming from? Where else do we need sidewalk at the time? So the missing sidewalk would be on the east side, and there's 7 properties. Whoa, there's not much else on there. There is a crossing at Avenue C, but there are not crossings. Obviously, it is legal to cross at any intersection, but there aren't enhanced crossings anywhere along there. 12th Street West is highly utilized. Again, you'll see on these pictures, there's a trail where everybody walks right now. Missing sidewalks on the north side, it's right by Lewis and Clark School, and there's 6 properties. So this is 12th Street West. There's no question this is in dire need of a sidewalk. So, okay, you're gonna have to move it on this one. Can you just speak there? So the questions that were asked, I'm going to start with the bottom, the cost of sidewalk and the escalation that we've seen. So this particular project does show about $12 a square foot, which is greater than the 6 or 7 we used to see. But one of the big differences on this project is we put the mobilization, the insurance, the bonds, everything into the square footage. So we do that differently on large projects. On projects like this, all of that is put into that unit cost. So that 12 versus 6 or 7 isn't a true apples to apples comparison. That being said, $12 is the cost and it's not gonna go down. We saw it go down from last year where it was really high, and that was a lot due to contractor availability. At this point, we've talked to our contractors, we got good bids on this, we got a lot of people interested in it, and everyone has indicated to us this is the cost to do sidewalk. So we're gonna be seeing these kind of numbers moving forward. The second thing, Councilmember Parrington had asked some questions about designing on one side versus two sides. Would point out that our subdivision regs and our street standards are to have a sidewalk or trail on both sides. The reason for that is at some point along there, there's a house or a car where someone parks and that person wants to walk across the street or walk somewhere. If you don't put a sidewalk fully on both sides, we have to have basically a crossing every 50 feet, which isn't truly a good way to build a road. The other thing is, if you think about where your highest exposure is, it's when you cross roads. So if we have people walk to one end or the other and cross, then they walk the other way and they cross back, you actually are exposing yourself twice to being in traffic. So the more we can keep people on sidewalks and out of traffic, the better we are. So that's really why we do that. I did add Met Transit, as people wait and walk to their bus stops, having a sidewalk on both sides is important as well. And I think, okay, financially, city's gonna pay the ADA ramps, the non-addressed sides. There's 3 things that the property owners will have. One is they can hire their own contractor. So if they can do it for less than what we're saying, they are 100% welcome. We'll give them the location. We'll help them as much as we can to get that constructed. We're fine with that. They'll have plenty of time to do that. If this is approved, now they can start planning for this summer. They will be given an option to complete portions of their work as well. So a lot of times when we put in a sidewalk, there's a tie-in with the driveway. People can do that work themselves. There's plenty of time to do that. So we give them options for that as well. Once the assessment's on the taxes, they can also pay it off and then they won't be charged interest. So there is a chance to kind of, if they have the ability to, they will be able to pay that off right away. Really not doing well. So tonight is the resolution. Normally we put it on consent, but we knew there would be some discussion on this. And so we wanted to do a presentation, give you the information and a chance to talk through it. As I said, property owners were notified about this evening. There's a bid award. If we have the resolution approved, the bid award is next. We did have bids, and we did this because we really don't know what sidewalk costs these days. It's been changing. We feel confident now after the last several bids that we know what the numbers are. But we used to create these and then go bid. At this point, we felt like we just needed to bid it, know exact numbers. And so what you have are exact numbers. They're not going to change. This is what they are. Construction would go this summer, and then assessments would be done after that. And that is it.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate the detailed presentation. Councilmember Rupsis, Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Debbie, I'm going to ask some questions. I guess it's probably not fair, but help me understand how these costs work. I'm looking at 2 different properties. One is 2606 Virginia Lane. We have to do 176 feet of sidewalk, 200 feet of curb and gutter, and 2 approaches. Now, the property owner doesn't have to do the curb and gutter, but they have to do the sidewalk and the approaches, right? All right. That's being priced out at $15,000 about. Another property, Ms. Legowski's property right here, on 1515 21st Street West, is 106 feet of sidewalk, 1 approach, and 1 ADA ramp. And hers is priced out at over $17,000. Now, she's got, according to the assessed values on the sheet that you gave us, a $199,000 home. The other property is a $785,000 home. Her sidewalk is going to be about 10%, almost 10% of her assessed value. And I'm just trying to figure out why the pricing is so different. And it just seems to me to be a little onerous to some of our property owners versus others.
So, like I said, we bid this exactly. So if you look at the next item, you'll see that every schedule is a different location, and we allowed contractors to bid just those locations. The idea behind that is not to get a generic cost. We get exactly what it costs to do that work. In some cases, I think in hers, maybe there's a grade difference, and so there's a fence in that location. It encompasses restoration, everything that's there right now that needs to be removed and replaced. If there's grade difference, a retaining wall, for instance, it could be, in this case, and I'm guessing, the contractor may have more struggles with the fact that people are parked there all the time, or there's more traffic, their traffic control will have to be bigger. Every project's just a little bit different, and so we bid them as the sites are.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Boyette and Councilmember Owen and Nice.
Thank you, Mayor. Debbie, I thought at one point, maybe a year or two ago, we talked about having our own staff of cement layers. Do we still have those people? And if so, could they be doing this? Would that save the folks money, whatever?
So we did get a concrete crew on board, and they are busy doing all of the work for the city. So when we have a main break and we have to take out chunks of concrete, we go back and replace all those with our crew. So far, it looks like we will keep them busy for years. So, yeah, they're fully busy right now. Yep.
Thank you, Councilmember Owen.
Yeah, I just have two questions. So, again, affordability. I mean, some of these here, we're looking at adding $1,000 a year onto someone's mortgage. I mean, if that came out of nowhere, that would hurt my family. And I feel like we don't actually ever talk about the fact that even if there is value to the homeowner, even if there is a need for the project, if you're on a fixed income or if you're low income, you cannot afford this. And the city just drops it on you. And our response is, well, we want a sidewalk there. That doesn't seem like sustainable policy. So how do we address this to have less sort of onerous impact on our citizens?
Well, I think you said it in your question. It's a policy decision. If this policy body chooses to offset sidewalk costs, you can absolutely do that. It comes at the expense of one of the other programs we have. So it has to come out of gas tax because of the limitations on SMDs. It has to come out of gas tax, which competes for new sidewalk in other location, ADA ramps, pedestrian crossings, all those things that we use our gas tax for. So if this body wants to do that and do a match, I mean, that's a policy decision, and what we can do is come back and show you, what that impact would be.
Yeah. But I think I'm hearing, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that Public Works believes that fixing missing sidewalks is this critically important priority. And I guess I'm not there yet in terms of this kind of impact. I mean, we've had lots of discussions on council about other things that should be prioritized, and these are sort of really big wall-ups on homeowners.
So I have been told this is a priority of the council.
And that's what you, in 2018, when this resolution was passed?
In 2018, when we came, this was a program that was asked for. We weren't doing enough sidewalk. We had issues everywhere, and we wanted a proactive program. So this was a decision for council to move forward with this.
So then, in that light, why, given the conversation we had a little earlier, why is Blue Creek not in here? How did that not float to the top of the priority list?
It's not an arterial. It's not, it wasn't in a school route program. At this point, there's no high pedestrian walking path there. All those criteria that we look at, it just doesn't stack up against something like this. Now, if we look at it, we work a lot on citizen complaints and that sort of thing. This started a year ago. Blue Creek was not discussed a year ago. So if that's one that is at the top now, then we put it in next year's program.
For January 24?
It would be a year from now. So again, it's just those criteria we look at. The conversations we've had in the last few weeks tells me that we want to do safe routes to school as a criteria. So you will see when I bring our CIP back in the first part of February that we've adjusted that to bring back safe routes to school first and how long it would take us to get that program done. If Blue Creek is not on that, then I'll have to ask if we're gonna stick with the. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Nice.
Thank you, Mayor. Debbie, I guess one of the things I'm concerned now about the safe routes to school, I think we were talking, how the kids get to school safely, just because they are taking not walking to the school. Then now it sounds like this neighbor is walking to a bus. where they kind of congregate, maybe we're not looking in enough places. We're only maybe focusing on the routes to the schools, but to how they get to schools. So maybe we need to widen that search a little bit to find out, where else we are not providing safe routes for the kids to get to school, whether it be walking the whole way or walking to a bus stop and getting on. So that's just something to consider, because the Blue Creek one, that's not, like you say, it wasn't mentioned before until tonight, but it would make sense to me that we have kids that are out walking that may not be safe, especially near a highway like that. So, I agree with Councilwoman Owens' comments about that safe routes, and I'm glad to see that. And some of these do hit the safe routes to school, which I'm happy to see. And I think you said Virginia Lane is a route to school. Could you pull up the Virginia Lane, because that's the question I had about. It's specifically a picture that shows the wall along the curb. Yeah, the top left. Yeah, the top left picture there. So what you're proposing here is not to remove the walls and the bricks, but to actually go into the street and put a sidewalk there. So then a 5-foot sidewalk, 7-foot sidewalk, and then so they would be again next to the traffic. I would assume, because you say it's a wider street there, that would narrow the street, maybe be a little more traffic calming to help slow the traffic. But is that a right-of-way from the curb 10 feet in?
Yes. Everything on Virginia is in the right of way.
Okay, so if we're not going to build our sidewalk, the sidewalk in the public right-of-way, then it appears to me that any citizen can take a look at this picture and say, I'm going to build a wall right to the curb, and then I never have to worry about having a sidewalk, or they'll just put it in the street. Can this property be assessed the encroachment fees that we assess for having their building in the right of way?
Yes.
Is this property being assessed today?
I don't believe so, but I would have to look.
Okay.
But there's this kind of situation all throughout town. So, until we go to build something, a lot of times we don't even know about it.
Right. Yeah, we saw that on Aronson, where you had to make a very narrow sidewalk because the fence was in the right of way. Okay, I would, I'm not sure I want to change policy, but I think we should have a discussion about the policy where we're not going to have to tear this down and change our plans to, move into the street, that maybe that individual or that property owner may needs to see, an encroachment fee assessed every year that they're encroaching on a public right of way.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to follow up on that a little bit. I guess another option would be to give them the choice between an encroachment fee or just acquiring the land. They can pay taxes on it, and for a fee that approximate what it would cost for them to pay an encroachment fee long term, be a lot simpler probably for everybody, assuming you're content to give up the right of way and you're sure about that, and you wouldn't want to give up land unless you're 100% certain.
And my guess is that is a whole, it's full of utilities. I think there's gas on that side, fiber on that side. I think the water line runs on that side.
So that'd be a reason not to give it
I
up.
think that would be a no.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
The question I guess I had for you, Debbie, is the big picture. These are, and I sent an email to this effect today. In theory, there's a limited number of these throughout our community. They're legacy problems that are on properties that were not part of the city, and then we annexed them, or they were part of the city, but we had very lax standards, or we thought, hey, it'd be okay if there's a sidewalk over there, but not over here. Now we're seeing the folly or the problems that come with those previous actions. Do we have a way to track how many of these there are? Trying to line them up and make some prioritization based on that, and also to give notice to property owners, because in theory, the market would, the problem I have with subsidizing these properties is, well, there's plenty of new properties that are being built along safe routes to school and major arterials and stuff like that. If we're going to subsidize these, why not subsidize the new construction, which I think would be completely unworkable. So if we don't subsidize them, we could at least give notice to the market and say, hey, you can go ahead and buy that property on Virginia, but you should know that it's in the second tier of priority. The city is going to come in and require a sidewalk there. So when you negotiate a price, make sure you negotiate price minus cost of future sidewalk and let the market work better. But that only works if people know what's coming down the pike. Do we have any idea how difficult it would be to put together a big list?
So our GIS system has missing sidewalk in it, so everything is inventoried in our city. So we know where there's sidewalk and we know where there's not sidewalk, we know how much of it. So Chris and I talked about the fact he's going to pull together how much is on arterials, how much is on safe routes, how much is on collectors, that kind of thing. There's gonna be a lot of neighborhood streets that we probably will, well, not in my time, will probably not put sidewalk on. So that's a relatively large percentage, I would think. But yeah, we're working on doing exactly that. The hard thing is when a property sells, we don't necessarily know that a property is selling unless it's redeveloping or there's some reason for them to come to the city. So it would be an outreach on our part, which we could certainly do.
Okay, I would recommend thinking about that one. So some hands here, Councilmembers Gulick, Shaw, Boyette.
All right. I move to approve a resolution ordering improvements identified in Work Order 2302, Missing Sidewalk Program, as recommended by staff.
Second by Councilmember Gulick. Motion is for approval. Discussion now on the motion. Councilmember, or do you want to speak to both your motion, Councilmember Shaw and
Just
Gulick?
quickly, I think in general, we understand the need for this. I also balked at the price a little bit from the numbers we saw years ago, but given what we know of rising construction costs and what we're facing with the new city hall, it's not surprising to me. And so I appreciate that these are targeted. I look forward to seeing more safe routes to school rising to the top of the list because I think that's such a critical need. But I think this will be good for our city. As difficult as it is to put this on the property owners, it's an important amenity that our city needs.
Thank you, Councilmember Gulick.
Yes, I think the criteria, I think what the council came up with in 2018 is good. I think there clearly are some hardships at times. I think it might make sense for us if we do want to address that is to have some sort of program where people can, where we set aside some money where people can go for hardship because it is a public amenity that's being provided. But, you know, a lot of these properties, I mean, they've had the benefit of not having to pay for these for decades. And so now it's finally coming, you know, the time to pay the piper or some sort of metaphor that way. I mean, I recall 30 years ago, I put in a sidewalk for my parents' place. We didn't get any assistance from the city. It was the right thing to do. And fortunately, I used a lot of good curing agent, and it's still in excellent shape, even though I was a very lousy craftsman at the time. I've learned a lot about concrete work since then. Anyhow, I think I'm pleased with what our policy is, but I think there's room for us to improve a little bit, potentially with hardship. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Boyette, and then Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor. Debbie, one quick question. If the dollar amount is fixed, can we change the term, or is that stuck at 15 or 17 years? Could you make it 20 years or 25? Just, that would spread it out longer, make it cheaper?
It's state law.
Okay.
So it's how assessments are done.
Thank you, Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and I would like to thank a constituent of Ward 3, Larry, for coming and testifying. Thank you very much, and gave me a call, and he said, I want you to support the Missing Sidewalk Program, and I appreciate his forward-thinking and community-spirited attitude towards our city. Thank you. Yeah, a lot of people say, this is very expensive. I don't mind walking on the grass. And other people have told me, you know what, I don't care if there's sidewalk on my property because people love walking through the snow. What if you have a mobility device? What if you have a mobility issue? You will not be able to go across someone's grass. So I really appreciate the fact that, and I supported in 2018 the Missing Sidewalk Program because this is a really important way for people to be able to, all people of all abilities, to be able to do the same thing as someone else. Take the child who's in a wheelchair and say, you go on the street, we're going on the sidewalk, or we're going on the path, and you go in the street. I mean, Obviously, kids don't do that to each other. They all go in the street because their friend is in a wheelchair and they want to go together. So it isn't just a matter of an inconvenience, and it is an expense on the part of property owners, and I understand that too, and I accept that, but it's also about people of different abilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ripsis.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to offer an amendment, and if there's a second, I'll explain more about it, to remove the 5 properties from 21st Street West from this year's Missing Sidewalk program.
Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Boyette. So you've got a second, Councilmember Ripsis. You want to speak to your motion?
Thank you. Yes, one of my pet peeves, and it goes back years, and I stated it multiple times during the campaign, is sidewalks that start and stop. So I am very inclined to support this program and see the need for it. That being said, this one particular street is seemingly different than every other. I pulled these numbers and looked at the percentage of cost related to the value of those homes. And most of them are in the 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, 4, 5 range, a couple going up to 6. This particular street is 8.5, 10, and 10.7% of the homes. So there's nothing particularly weird about this street or critical at this point. It's not one of these high traffic areas that we see these natural paths already in. The west side is nicely paved with the sidewalk there on Rose Park. We've got the crossing at Avenue C, as well as other crossings on all the other streets, even though they're not specifically marked as crosswalks. But to me, at this point, this particular set of projects seems like we need a different approach. I don't want to make policy tonight by saying, well, we should subsidize these particular ones or whatever. I'd like to just take another run at this maybe next year or come back and see if there's a better approach for this particular set of streets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Purington, Councilmember Neese.
And I would agree with Councilmember Rupsis on this, because I think one of the other additional burdens, if you will, it's not just the financial burden on some of these of our senior citizens when they have to put in a sidewalk, is they also have to plow it. They have to shovel it. So they're going to have to hire someone or get one of their kids to do it. And so I think that just places an additional burden on them as well.
Councilmember Neese, Councilmember Rowan, and Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you, Mayor. Debbie, quick question for you regarding that amendment. If those sidewalks are pulled out of the project, does that impact the bids that were given to the city for these?
No, we wrote it so that we could take one or all the schedules.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Debbie, while you're there, and Chris, I'm looking at exhibits A and B, and their tax codes to identify the individual properties. Is that the place to look at these properties more specifically? And if so, what are their tax codes that we should be looking at? I see one's on 21st.
Mayor, they're the first 5 listed.
On Exhibit A?
Yep, A07562 through A07642.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, they tie together.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. All right. I think we left off. Councilmember Neese, you were going to say something, and Councilmember Owen and Councilmember Shaw?
No, I asked my question. Thank you.
You got it. Okay. So I'd recognize that Owen, Shaw, and Joy.
Debbie, if I could just ask a question and then make a comment. Did this project come in here because of citizen requests, or was this a Public Works initiated priority?
So when we looked at Avenue C per the citizen request, we went all around Rose Park to look at where people were accessing the park. Saw everybody basically from the east side jaywalking. As soon as they get out of their car, they just buzz across the street. So that's why we looked at adding it as well because it seemed like a high need.
But this one didn't come from a citizen complaint?
No.
Okay, so that's a little bit what I'm struggling with. I mean, I get the motive behind the program is to fill in these gaps and make sure we have a comprehensive network, and I'm for that. But we do have to recognize there are people on fixed incomes who can be priced out of their home by these kind of decisions, who have the extra burden of maintenance. And I think in some of these, the challenge with this is the older areas of the city where people are likely to own their homes and be on fixed incomes and only have to pay taxes and assessments is greater than in new construction, where people sort of know the cost of their property largely going into it. So I'm going to support this, and I hope we can keep having a conversation about how to strengthen this program. I don't think we have to do away with it by any means, but I do think we need to, whether it's what Councilmember Gulick suggested, some sort of hardship approach, or think about how we bid differently, or task our legislative committee with changing state law. I just think we need to keep having a conversation about this. So I'm going to support the amendment.
Thank you, Councilmember Shaw. Councilmember Joy?
The legislative committee accepts the challenge. I'm not going to support this amendment because I spent a lot of time at Rose Park last summer, and I saw exactly what Debbie just described. Way too much jaywalking, kids running across the street. North Park is also a location for free lunches during the summer, so it really has a high volume during those months, and I think that this is an important connection piece.
Thank you, Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I won't be supporting the amendment. I've been on this council and voted for properties to be assessed that are of lower value than those that were just pointed out. That's not fair. If I believe that we need sidewalks, I can't say to people in the Heights who have mobile homes, whose property didn't have sidewalks, that we put sidewalks in that were of less value, hey, you pay that, but this street over here, no, they don't have to pay that. That's not really being a policymaker, in my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Tricky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Two things. My neighborhood has a lot of missing sidewalks in it. That's not, you don't have to take special note of that. But the point that I'm making about that is that what happens is people move out onto the street, they walk on the street, and a lot of times they don't come back. And, that it is not what I want to see happening on there. My neighborhood has residential streets, and most of the people slow down because it's fairly constricted, but every once in a while somebody will come flying around a corner really, really, really fast, and literally an adult standing out there in the street, walking in the street, would not have a chance. So I fully support the idea that we need sidewalks on both sides of the street. The other thing I want to say, and I've said this a bunch of different times, the way we have set up the system is that when you pay for the sidewalk in front of your property, that is your tax for using, or your user fee for using all the other sidewalks that have been put in place in this city. So from a fairness point of view, I have a really hard time, saying some people can just not put a sidewalk in front of their street because not a lot of people are walking there. Well, one of the reasons not a lot of people are walking there is because there's no sidewalk. So,
Okay, thank you. Any other comments before we proceed to a vote, Council? Looks like I'll just comment. I will vote against the amendment just because it seems kind of random and haphazard and ad hoc. There's no criteria, and I don't know quite what the rule is that we're applying here, but that's just my comment. Councilmember Neese, before we proceed to a vote?
I would like to support this amendment. However, I think if it's our policy, it's a staff recommendation. I think that's too vague in my opinion. I differ in agreement with the resolution. I think the resolution is written too loose. I think we need to take a look at this and tighten it up. But the staff recommended this, saw a need, and they're recommending it to the council to approve it. There's a need, and I I personally think that there's staff recommendations along with other public interest with it could also fit that, other public interest. So there's a lot of reasons why it is fitting our current policy that was done by prior councils in 2018. If we don't like the policy, I think we need to change it. And so it's been recommended by the staff. There's other public interest to it. And as much as I would prefer not to support that, I think there are some questions about other times we have voted in sidewalks like this. I think we need to change policy before we change and start picking and choosing.
Okay, thank you. Are we ready to vote? No. Councilmember Bruce and Purington?
Just 2 seconds. The reason I picked this one out is because this particular project is way out of whack with all the other projects that are also in this. So that's why I picked these out, and that they're double essentially the proportional cost that the other projects are. So it just didn't seem to be appropriate at this time for this particular project.
Thank you. Councilmember Purington, you want to comment?
The only comment I have is that I believe in that staff memo, it also says in the recommendations that council could pull different schedules, I guess is what you called it, different areas if we so desired. So I will support it.
Okay, thank you. We'll proceed to a vote. So this is the proposed amendment that would remove from the original motion for approval of all projects those 5 properties identified on 21st Street West that we specified. If the amendment passes, we'll still have the underlying motion, and we'll come back to that. So this is just on the amendment. Is it clear what we're voting on? Okay, so if in favor of the amendment to exclude those 5 properties, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are council members Rupsis, Tidswell, Boyette, and Purington and Owen. If voting in opposition, raise your hand. Voting in opposition are council members Shaw, Gulick, Neese, Joy Cole, and Cheriki. So the motion fails, and so we have before us the original motion for approval of all assessments. And the resolution is drafted by staff. Further discussion now on that before we proceed to a vote? Don't see any, so we'll move to a vote on the original motion for approval. If in favor of that, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Voting in opposition were council members Neese and Owen and Tidswell. All others were in favor, so the motion passes 8-3. Thank you very much. Okay, that concluded item 4A, but we still have the contract or the bid award in 4B. So Denise, would you read item 4B?
Yes, bid award for work order 2302, missing sidewalk project, opened on 11/22 of 22. Recommend schedules 1 and 2 to J&J Concrete Incorporated, schedules 3, 4, 5, and 6 to Askin Construction. Staff recommends approval, action, approval, or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Okay, back to Debbie. Do we have any presentation on item 4B on the bid award? Did we lose Debbie? Chris, can you help us out? No presentation. Okay, but you're available for questions, I suppose. Okay. Does anybody have any questions for Chris? If not, we'll solicit a motion. Council, is there a motion? Councilmember Gulick?
I move to approve the bid award for work order 2302, missing sidewalk project, as recommended by staff.
Motion made and seconded by Councilmember Shaw. Discussion. Any discussion on the item 4B? Councilmember Rupsis?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to remove Schedule 4, 21 First Street West from this particular bid. If there's a second, then I'll explain.
Okay. second by Councilmember Tidswell. And Councilmember Rips, just go ahead, but would
If
you
it was
restate your motion again?
Yes, please, remove Schedule 4, 21 First Street West from the bid. Council, or the alternatives is stated that we can remove any combination of schedules.
Okay, and those, I assume, relate to the same 5 properties we were talking
Yes,
about before?
exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so it would have essentially the same effect as the earlier version, or at least it would be no way to pay to actually build them.
Yeah, so essentially what this would do is say, let's rebid these, let's come back and find a different way to bid these or do this work. It's still in the missing sidewalk program, but let's find a different way to do work so it doesn't have that, essentially double the cost of the other projects in this particular year's program.
Okay, there was a second by Councilmember Tidswell. And now discussion on the proposed amendment. Councilmember Boyette, Councilmember Nice.
You're with the city engineering, right? What do you think's going to happen to the cost of cement and labor? Let's say we wait a year, wait 2 years. I mean, this project has been sitting there for a long time, so.
We've been told by the contractors that this is the best we're going to get.
Okay.
Chris, do you mind just coming to the podium because that way anybody watching will get your voice and otherwise they won't.
Sorry. So this project, we worked with the contractors on. We asked them when we should bid it. We bid it as separate schedules. We allowed them to bid any schedule. We also gave them till November 15th to get this done. And we have been told by the contractors, this is as good as it can get. This is as friendly as a contract as we can make it.
You want to follow up, Councilmember Boyette?
We only had one bid though, so that's really not, there's.
Correct. I understand that. And I guess the other contractors chose to not bid this particular schedule. But this schedule, the bid items do match the other schedules that ask and bid for the most part. Now, one of the items that was a little high was fence removal.
Okay, I think I'd recognize some people down here. We'll come back to Councilmember Tidswell. Who did I saw somebody over here. Okay, Councilmember Nace, Councilmember Tidswell.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think I heard, well, first of all, I think there's 2 projects here that only has 1 bids. But if I recall, Debbie said that if people want to do some of their own work, for instance, like the high cost of removing fence, the citizens can do that themselves and that would not be assessed to them.
That is correct. And as a matter of fact, the one property on 21st, I've already talked to them about doing that.
Okay, so that won't, so they're necessary, that cost won't be passed on to them.
Yeah, they haven't said one way or the other whether or not they're going to do it, but I've talked to them about that particular cost.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Tidswell.
Yeah, does that cost projection change if our own people do it, where our own crews do that?
Oh, I don't know on that part.
Okay.
I don't know what the cost is for our own crew yet.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Pritchett.
Chris, do you know the difference of the property owner doing it versus these city bids that we've got?
Well, the property owner is going to have to go get a contractor also, so they're going to have to go get bids also. Our bids are typically better because we have a better scale or a bigger scale of projects. Obviously, there are other things associated with it, like the selling of bonds and stuff like that, the bond costs. So they could save on that, but they probably will pay a bigger square foot price.
Okay, back to Councilmember Nice.
Thank you, Mayor. This question is for Gina. Gina, we just approved the project, so the sidewalk program for that section has been approved, but we're not going to approve funding for that. So then we'll have on our books approval to do the sidewalk, but no funding for it. So how long does that sit out there until we have to address it? I mean, is that an issue for us approving to do something yet not funding it?
Oh, sorry.
Well, Councilmember Nice, I think that's probably a better question for Debbie, who has skipped out on you all.
The treat's going to be great.
But, I mean, you have approved the project, like you said, so I think that, I guess I would assume that Debbie would come back to you all and say, how do you want this funded? Do you want us to supplement this somehow, to subsidize it, or do you want us just to rebid it and see if we can do better? I think that she would come back and have those questions for you.
Okay, so procedurally, there's no issue that you see with us approving the project but not funding it, not approving the fund. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions for staff or discussion on the proposed amendment of Councilmember Ripsis to remove from Schedule 4 the 21st Street West bid? Don't see any, so we'll proceed to a vote. Okay, so is the motion clear? Okay, if in favor of the motion, Councilmember Ripsis's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Voting in favor were Council Members Ripsis, Tidswell, and Owen. If voting in and also Councilmember Boyette. If voting in opposition, please say aye. Aye. Voting in opposition, Council Members Shaw, Gulick, Neese, Joy Cole, Treaky.
Oh, I said no, I'm sorry.
In opposition, and Councilmember Purington. Okay, so the motion fails 7-4, I believe. So brings us back to the underlying motion, which is approval of all of the bids, as recommended in the staff report. Any further discussion on?
5-6.
Excuse me? 5-6. Okay. Okay, because. All right. Hopefully that was clear in the minutes. My math was bad at 9:30.
I have Repsis, Tidswell, Owen, Boyette. Who is the fifth one? Okay.
But Pam was voting against the motion. So it was 7-4. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so back to the underlying motion. Any further discussion on that before we proceed to a vote? Don't see any. So the underlying motion is for approval. If in favor of the underlying motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. That was approved unanimously. That concludes item 4. Bring us to item 5. Denise, would you read item number 5?
Resolution setting municipal court judge salary. Staff recommends approval. Action this evening is approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Thank you very much. Gina's our presenter on this.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I actually don't have a presentation since we've discussed this previously during a work session, but I did want to just make one additional recommendation for the resolution. I would recommend that you add a section 4 to the resolution, a paragraph 4, with an effective date. Generally, resolutions are just obviously effective upon adoption. However, it's come to my attention that there was a question posed about whether whether council's intent is to change the salary going forward or if it's retroactive. So if council would like to, whatever you all decide tonight about the salary, do you want to make the effective date effective upon adoption, or would you like to go back to January 1st, 2023 or January 1st, 2022 when Judge Kolar was elected to office? I think you should just include an effective date to the resolution in paragraph 4. I hope that made sense.
Okay, can you comment then on how what you just said, Gina, relates or doesn't relate to paragraph 2 that defines when a future increase becomes effective? Okay, so what you're saying is we need to clarify the effective trigger or the date for the council or for Judge Kolar's existing salary, and then paragraph 2 would deal with any future increases.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so if that's hopefully clear. So we've had no other further presentation, so we'll jump to questions from council and or comments, I guess. Councilmember Owen.
Mayor, I was just going to go ahead and make a motion to get discussion going.
Sounds good.
Okay. I move to approve a resolution setting municipal court judge salary at 90% of district court salary as determined by the state of Montana with an effective date of July 1, 2023.
Second.
If I could speak to the motion.
Thank you very much. Note that the effective date was to be July 1, 2023, beginning of the new fiscal year. Councilmember Owen?
So as to the effective date, I think this effectively doesn't matter because the original point of this resolution was to address the fact that there's an oncoming municipal judge. And I think council's general belief was those two positions should be set at an equal amount. Our current municipal judge salary is, because of seniority, set at 90%. So whether it takes effective now, January 1st or July 1st doesn't effectively matter. As to the recommendation for 90%, again, I think the purpose originally of this resolution was to establish parity between the two positions, to suggest to candidates who would be filing for office that the two positions would have an equal workload expectation and so should be compensated equally. I believe that we have a issue as council, we have an obligation to fund a municipal court operation as we transition from one judge to two and from this building to Stillwater. And that is why I shared with you all the initiative that I think we're still having discussions on about having a third-party assessment done to help council understand what resources we need to put into the court branch so that it can be effective from day one as we get a new judge on and as we move into the building. I think council should commit today to revisiting salary and benefits in the context of that third-party discussion. Let's get the data. Let's look holistically at what we need to do to make these two courts successful, holistically at what we need to fund. I think one of the things we've not really talked about is what's going to happen to treatment courts. We don't want our two judges competing against each other for grants, so we need to think about what we're going to invest in this aspect of our city operations, and that duty rests with council. The judges will run the courts and they will set their calendars and they will do the things they need to do, but we have a duty to fund them. And I think that is why I believe we need a third-party analysis, and it's why I would suggest that tonight our step be to create parity between the two positions, and in the future, and I do mean as soon as we have evaluation, which I believe we can have in a period of roughly 6 to 9 months, then we come back and address salary, benefits, and court resources holistically. So that is my motion.
Okay, motion is for, again, approval of the resolution at 90%, and effective date July 1, 2023. Councilmember Joy, Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I would like to amend the motion, or maybe make a substitute motion to set it at 100% of the district court judge as determined by the state of Montana with an effective date of July 23.
July 1 of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. This year, 2023. So identical to the underlying motion, except the 100% instead of the 90%. Okay? Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Chiriky. Councilmember Joy and/or Chiriky, did you want to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I have had the pleasure of hearing Judge Kohler talk about the court operation, about the work that's put into putting grants together, the successes and the challenges of having treatment courts, of the work that the clerks and other staff do in order for us to have an effective municipal court. I don't doubt we have an effective municipal court. If I have a car, I fund 4 wheels. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Joy, I'm just going to ask you to clarify whether this is an motion to amend or a substitute motion, the difference being that if there's a motion to amend, we would have then established the percentage if your motion passed, and we come back and we'd have a vote on the whole kit and caboodle. If it's a substitute motion, there would be no second vote.
I would like to just make a substitute motion.
Okay, so if this were to pass, we're done. We're done. So I saw Councilmember Neese and Councilmember Purington. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Boyette, I recognized, I believe.
Thank you, Mayor.
Then Councilmember
A
Denise
question,
Harrington.
why July 1st? Is there any significance of that? If we got a new judge that was elected, would they take office prior to that or after July 1st?
No, I think, Councilmember Boyd, I think that, as I understood Councilmember Owen's motion, was that that effective date didn't really make a difference because her motion was at 90%, which is what the current sitting judge is, her salary is set at. So it does make a difference with the substitute motion because it would be an increase. So that increase would be not effective until July 1st.
Councilmember Denise, Councilmember Purington?
Thank you, Mayor. I won't support this motion. I like the 90% because it actually, like you say, it's bringing it, like was said, it's bringing the judges on parity. But what more importantly is, I think, like we did the CPSM study, it really brought a lot of knowledge to what we were doing in those departments. And it really changed, if you recall, it really changed the amount that we were asking, how we had to actually do things within both the police and the fire department to make them more efficient and effective at a much less cost. And I think what we need to do the same thing here after that report and we get the information, and I think we'll find that it's possible we may increase it to 100% at that time. Just because we set it at 90% now does not mean it will stay there. We may find out the information says, yeah, we need to be 100% or maybe 110%. But I think that we need to make these decisions based upon good information that we've received before we make that. So I won't support this motion. I would support the original motion at 90% so that we can move forward to get the study funded and have good information to what to move forward with and then support that study when it comes out. Thank you.
I recognize Councilmember Purington and Councilmembers Joy and Shaw. Councilmember Purington?
And I will agree with Roy, is that I think if we keep it at 90%, we wait for this third-party evaluation. I think that, it would be great if we gave them 100% and they said, oh, you only need to pay them 85%. I don't think I'd like to take money away from them. So anyway, I would keep it at 90% as well. I won't support Councilmember Joy's motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Joy and Councilmember Shaw?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I don't recall that the CPSM study set anybody's salary. I don't recall that it tied any person's salary to any finding. It didn't apply to the police officers. It didn't apply to the firefighters. It didn't apply to the directors. It didn't apply to the chiefs. It didn't. So I won't support the idea that there's this linkage when CPSM didn't do anything of the sort. Thank you.
Councilmember Shaw, Councilmember Owen.
I was going to make the same point. Thank you.
Councilmember Shaw?
Owen or
Yeah, no.
I was going to make that point.
Okay, yeah, so Councilmember Shaw just said ditto.
Yeah.
Councilmember Owen.
I want to be sort of clear on my perspective on this. I'm not speaking for any other member, but I think we have a wholesale challenge of funding a whole second judge and a move to a new facility. And so my recommendation to council, and the reason I made my motion the way it did, is I think we should address all of the additional resources. It's really not about salary. It's about all of the additional resources that are going to go into standing up a second court and moving facilities, and let's do them at once, and let's do them with good information. So I think we need to set aside the simple sort of binary of a salary and recognize that we have an overall obligation to get good data and figure out how to fund this second court better. So obviously I won't support it. I'm going to stay at 90% for those reasons.
Thank you. Any further discussion before we proceed to a vote?
Mayor.
Councilor Denise.
Clerk, I missed who did the second for Owen's initial motion.
Thank you.
Who was it?
Yeah, it was
It was Nice, okay.
Yes.
Thank you for
Right.
that clarification.
Yep, okay. So we'll move to a vote. This is just on the substitute motion. If this passes, then the item is done. If it's not, we'll come back to the underlying motion. This would just move the percentage to 100%. So if in favor of Councilmember Joy's substitute motion. Let's do a show of hands. Please raise your hand if in favor of that motion. Council members Shaw, Joy, Chiriki, and if opposed, please raise your hand. Council members Neese, Owen, Cole, Tidswell, Purington, Boyette, and Rupsis. I'm sorry?
Gulick didn't vote.
Oh, I apologize. And how did you vote, Councilmember Gillick? I was against. Voting in opposition, Councilmember Gillick. Okay, thank you. Okay, so the substitute motion fails, bring us back to the underlying motion at 90%, effective date July 1. Further discussion on the original motion. Councilmember Shaw.
I just wanted to add that from my ditto earlier, I fully support us doing this court analysis, whatever that looks like. So I am going to support this now because we need to fund a judge, and I think let's move forward. But I just wanted to lend my voice of support to that.
Thank you. Further discussion, Councilmember Joy.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. It's very difficult, it's sort of a difficult choice here, but I'm not going to support the motion. People don't put hard work, become public servants, do the really day-to-day grind of municipal court, and come before council and have people say, well, we'll check out the effectiveness of the administration before we pay this person. I'm sorry, I'm just not going there. I'm a no.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the underlying motion before we proceed to vote? Okay, so motion is clear. If in favor of the underlying motion at 90% in the July 1 effective date, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Voting in opposition were Councilmembers Joy and Councilmember Chiriki. I believe those are it. So the motion passes 9-2. Thank you very much. I believe that, Gina, that concludes that item, correct? So we'll move to item 6. Denise, would you read item 6?
Local Governing Authority appointments. Staff recommends that council nominate and approve 2 council members to the Local Governing Authority.
Do we have a presenter? Chris, I guess you're our presenter.
What I took from your feedback at the work session 6 days ago was that somebody would be nominating that the mayor and deputy mayor would be the 2 appointees. That's totally up to you guys, but that's what I heard you talk about. Thank you.
Okay, with that extensive presentation, is there a motion or other? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to nominate and appoint the mayor and deputy mayor to serve on behalf of the city of the local governing authority.
Okay, made second. Councilmember Purington had the second. And discussion now on the motion. Councilmember Chiriki and then Councilmember Boyette.
I was under the impression that we were going to do this in such a way that it was always the mayor and the deputy mayor, and not just nominating them for this one time around.
Maybe we should have been motion with Roy. That was the point, I think.
How would it be rephrased?
Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Danny. So maybe the position of mayor and deputy mayor.
I see. So the appointment is to the position, the person holding the position, regardless of who happens to actually be occupying that at the time. Does that satisfy you, Councilmember Chiriki? Okay, so okay, so
in that context, yes.
Okay, so that will we'll deem that a friendly amendment. Councilmembers Neese and Purington, you're both nodding your heads that the nomination is for the person holding those positions, or for the positions themselves, however you want to phrase it. We'll leave that to the person writing the minutes, Denise. Hopefully you got the point. She's nodding her head, so. Okay.
The person least likely to be mayor.
So is any further discussion, Okay, so we'll move to a vote. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay.
Nay.
Okay. Motion passes. That concludes item 6. That brings us to public comment on non-agenda items. For those who have been waiting a long time, we appreciate your patience, and sorry you had to wait so long, and sorry the pews are so uncomfortable.
Good evening, Jacqueline Garcia, Dorothy Lane. First, I love the fact that you guys voted 90% because I had actually done quite a few polls on Facebook. And you'd be really shocked at the amount of people that would not agree with the raise. Somehow, I keep saying, I don't know how we do it, but it needs to get across to the community of, hey, this is what we're voting on. Let's have public talk. You saw how much public talk came out just for a recreation center that's not going to show positive income for a long time. You saw that turnout. Maybe we could see a turnout for public safety if it gets out there. If people are loud, like those moms were loud, we want to see an ice arena for our kids. We want to see swimming so Susie can practice her swimming. I want to see safety. I want to be able to use my trails behind my house to walk down to Two Moons and be safe. I've been coming here for quite a few months now. I've said, hey, contact me. What can we do? What can we do? I haven't seen anything change except for one, the task force with the 45 codes. I haven't seen anything. And I'm trying. We need to be louder, but I don't know how. And on so many Facebook sites, you can only say so much about, all the public stuff about what's going on because they don't want any politics. So how can we be louder for our community? How can we be louder so people will hear and come out? I didn't stay last week because the house was packed so much. It was so hot in here. You couldn't stand. It's sad that there's such an outcrying for, hey, we want this recreation center that's going to cost obscene amount of money. Not going to have, like I said, not going to have positive income for a while. But you know what? Our kids also could live by meth heads. Our kids can be in the parking lot in Walmart and have the car attacked. And luckily they didn't open the doors. You guys talk about children's safety on the route for that community, right? What about their safety, period? They can't use the sidewalks on my street in the Heights. They can't use the bike trail on my street in the Heights. And what about the other 200 homes? Kids can't go out and play by that. Our voice is not being heard. I don't go to the commissioner's office. I know I'll wrap it up. I know everyone says the commissioner, the jail. That lands on one person's neck. I'm sorry, but it lands on yours of being our voice to speak to them, right? You talk to the commissioners for us? Or does someone on here talk to the commissioners for us? Who talks to them for us? There's a huge hole. Everyone pushes us on someone else. And yet the commissioners meeting is the next one we get pushed on. And then they say, no, go talk to your local city council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amber Dunn, Dorothy Lane. I'd like to answer one of her questions. Do you know who's the loudest? St. John just told us tonight the loudest dope dealer in Billings is our neighbor. How about that? The loudest one. My mental health has taken a huge hit this last week. I don't think you guys understand the massiveness that we live next to. Put an officer out there. What about these civilian officers that we just hired for the safety levy? Park them in front of my house. I don't care. Detour the criminals. It's a constant. My kid almost came home Friday to 15 meth heads looking for hiding places and vehicles for them to go pick up their next shipment, which they brought home Saturday. My daughter was walking into this. You guys are not doing anything. St. John is not doing anything. We were just told tonight contradicting information from what Scott told us to what St. John told us. This is what we're talking about when we say we're getting different answers from different people. It's ridiculous. Scott tells me he's pushing for the maximum. Scott tells St. John he's not. This doesn't make sense to us. We have to live like this. We can't just sell our house and move. Who the hell's going to buy a house next to a drug dealer? Nobody. It's public knowledge what we live next to. Nothing is being done. I'm tired of living this way. The Walmart thing I'll talk about next week because I have information on that. But anyways, I'm scared to answer questions to dispatch. It's been used against us, what we've answered their questions. So when they ask race, I will not answer it ever again. I will tell them what you guys consider his race, but not what I consider his race, because I don't consider him what you guys consider him. So your dispatchers are rude. They ask questions that are ridiculous in situations that are uncalled for. When I call the non-emergency number, this isn't an emergency. Don't ask me if I've walked up and checked them for weapons. I'm not going to pick up their shirts and ask them if they're carrying any weapons. That's a waste of my time to stand there and make me when I am shaking to my core. I've just talked to these people, asking them to move their drug deals from in front of my home. You want to ask me if I know they're carrying weapons? No, I don't walk up to them and lift up their shirt to check them for weapons. That's a ridiculous question when I'm trying to get a cop out here to ask them to move their crap off my property. Again, how is this allowed when we are known to live next to the loudest drug dealer in the city of Billings? By loudest, he means he's not quiet about it. He's very public with it. He blocks half of roads. Friday night, that's what he did. He blocked half of our 2-lane road so that everybody at 6 o'clock had to travel down one lane, a safety hazard right there. He's out on probation, yet he can continue to be a disturbance to the peace. Nothing happens to this person. You make it easy for the homeless, you have more homeless. You make it easy for the criminals, you have more criminals. My neighbor is a prime example.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn.
What you gonna do? What you gonna do when a crackhead lives next door to you? Can you pass this out on the grid? Thank you. Wesley Dunn, Dorothy Lane, Heights, Montana, 73 times. I'll remind everybody, 73 times, St. John. He was proud of that. He was proud that his officers had to ask a criminal 73 times to get on the ground. So anyways, I liked that all these people came out here for this rec center. I loved it. And I loved to see what the city is doing in a progressive way, getting the studies, getting it out there. But I will tell you, the city of Billings ain't ready for that. Taxpayers ain't ready for that. But what the taxpayers are ready for, 5 years ago, y'all should have done this same thing with a city jail. County won't do nothing for us. They don't care. They want to close the Mexican borders, before they'll do anything with a county jail. But hey, why didn't we say this 5 years ago about this rec center, $113 million? I bet you we could have built a city jail. I bet you we could have. Why didn't we have that conversation, Jennifer? I don't know. So anyways, like I said, I will say I like the progressive thinking on that. But let's go somewhere else with that. Let's come back to that rec center in 2 years, guys. We're not ready for that yet. All right. So the signatures you got there, I went into Mr. Roy's ward yesterday. Had a great time. Talked to some good people. I will tell you the same question. I'll say it right here. Do you think methamphetamine, child endangerment, sex trafficking, and or prostitution should be decriminalized in the city of Billings? I asked residents, I asked my neighbors in Ward, Mr. Roy's ward here. So I stopped by St. John's house. He was not home, but if anybody would like to ask him that same question that I asked his neighbors, He lives at 820 Wentworth Drive, 59105. Just let anybody know. So with that, 100% of the people that I talked to said no. They don't think that what I asked them should be decriminalized. But I will tell you, I got a little bit different reaction from Dorothy Lane. 20% of them did not want to sign this paper. I mean, we're in a little bit of up neighborhood, you know, right there on the golf course. But 20% of those people didn't want to sign this, but they did say no. So there's the signatures right there. I think there might have been 30. August 4th meeting. Miss Jennifer, I'm going to talk about you. Mr. Roy, I'm going to talk about you. So 6 months from now, we had an August 4th meeting. St. John was there. Jennifer Owens was there. Mr. Roy Neese was there. Larry Brewster was there. Carrie Seekins Crow was there. 6 months later, where we at? Shame on you, Jennifer. Shame on you, Roy. Shame on you, Larry Brewster. Shame on you, Carrie Seekins Crow, for letting St. John sit there and lie to you, to your face, lie to you, to your face in that meeting, August 4th. Here we are 6 months later. You couldn't hold him accountable for his lies. Roy, you couldn't hold him accountable for his lies. This city council cannot hold him accountable for his lies. Why not? 6 months later, we're proving to you that he's a liar. That what we told you from the beginning was the truth. But he told you we were lying and we were ambiguous. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Mr. Callahan.
How you guys doing? Sean Callahan, Dorothy Lane. So I don't have, forgot my phone, forgot kind of everything tonight. Work 9 to 5, as you say. Deal with kids at home, deal with our neighbor next door, somehow make time to come here, which I don't understand how I'm even standing awake right now. But you can buy meth swabs online. Anyone can buy it. Go to Amazon, go to wherever you want. They're anywhere from $20 to $30. You can get 2 test kits out of them. I have tested 4 different stores: Albertsons, Sam's Club, Costco, and Walmart. Each swab gives you 2 tests. Test just the shopping carts. The shopping carts are coming out with a higher number than the Department of DEQ holds as a standard for the meth labs in the homes. And like we were talking about in meth smoke, it's the shopping carts are at a higher standard than what the department has for the homes. Anybody that has kids, grandkids, they're touching those shopping carts. Meth smoke is an oil-based substance. Oil-based isn't something you can just take water and throw on. Anybody throw water on an oil pot? It don't work that way. There's chemicals, there's a high level of stuff that you gotta do, qualified contractors, the whole 9 yards. When they smoke something, smoke meth, the oil residue comes off. It could be just like this, shake your shirt. I just contaminated this. I don't know how many people came up here and smoked meth. It's a porous surface. I'm rubbing my hands all over. I can be having contact. 20% out of a 6 to 8 month rate goes away. There's still residue everywhere, probably all over all these chairs. 90% of the used cars that come in through Washington, through Oregon, those have been tested pretty good. 90% of those used cars have higher levels than what your department holds as a standard. All porous substances in that car, headliners, floorboards, seats, door panels, everything gets stripped, thrown away, metal, severely cleaned. You have to buy all brand new stuff. I doubt any of your used car dealerships here in the town are doing anything like that. If I can test it at the stores and find higher levels than what the department holds, what if I get into my kids at school and start testing that? Any one of those parents, one parent per school, whatever it is, can't tell me no one smokes meth. Someone smokes meth that has a kid that goes to school. That kid, just like I did, transferred it to a desk that now my kid is getting a hold of. something will happen. Whether I gotta fight my little job that I have and still work this and try to find the ways. But I hope all you guys, with the knowledge of sitting behind those desks, can do something that I can't do or lead me in the right direction. Because this is shit.
Yeah, thank you for that information. Very good. Any other comment on items not on our agenda this evening? Do not see anybody, so we'll close that part of the meeting. And council initiatives. Councilmember Tricky.
Yeah, I would like to move forward with my initiative tonight about setting up the Traffic Safety Oversight Committee. I left my copies in my bag, so if people want to see it, I'll just grab them. Just right over here. This is the same as, and the, Tom, just hand the leftovers over. Yeah, thanks. This is the same one that I passed around, 2 weeks ago? I did have a conversation with staff about trying to work the engineering aspects of traffic safety into this process, and staff was not incredibly optimistic about being able to do that. I think the major reasons are really that we're talking about trying to change behavior with this group of people, and that's a very different type of skill set, different type of expertise than when engineers sit down to try to figure out how to make an intersection safer or anything like that. So anyway, on the back page, you'll see my motion. And I will make that motion. There's one change on there. The staff came back and said that they only need $10,000 instead of $50,000. So I move to allocate $10,000 from the Public Safety Mill Levy Prevention Fund to assist staff in creating a Traffic Safety Oversight Committee. Tasks for this fiscal year include getting it organized, doing a public health education campaign on impaired driving, and another one on helping the community to understand the impact of level of dosing. And to present a budget and plan going forward for fiscal year 24.
Okay, second by Councilmember Gulick. Is there an extra copy here that we can give to Denise? I just want to make sure that she's. You do have it? Okay, never mind. Okay, so the motion was made by Councilmember Tricky, seconded by Councilmember Gulick. If I can ask a question, because my recollection is the group that generated the community public safety study was a multi-jurisdictional organization or consortium made up of the county, MDOT, the city, various parts of the city, and I'm probably leaving some out. But this would call for us to do the public education campaign, us to organize the basic structure, us to do the public health education campaign, et cetera, et cetera. How does that work when we're part of this larger group? You see the problem, or you see my question, is are you calling us to move unilaterally outside of that group?
Actually, I mean, I see where you're reading that, and I see what you're saying there. That is not the intention. The intention is for staff to move forward to create that traffic oversight committee that was outlined in the study that we approved, and for that committee to move forward with the public education and for staff to come back with a budget for our involvement moving forward.
Okay, for our involvement, but what I infer from what you said is that the expectation is it would still be a group project and we would be spurring or trying to lead it forward as a group project. Is that putting your words in your mouth? But
no, those are the words that you should be hearing coming out of my mouth.
okay. And Councilmember Gulick, that's generally consistent with your intent here?
Yes, it is. And I guess one question I had for Councilmember Chiriki before the meeting was just who's on this committee, and maybe if you could run through that, Councilmember Chiriki, that would be helpful.
Please. I yield to Director Friday.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Tricky and Mayor and Council. I guess the short answer is it's the same stakeholders and group that was involved in developing the Community Transportation Safety Plan, which includes, and Councilmember Tricky named a few there a minute ago, the city, county, which includes the sheriff, the Billings Police Department, the Montana Highway Patrol, Riverstone Health, and the Hospital Alliance, who are involved, and then MDT as well. And there may be a few others, but that's kind of an example of the core. And that also goes to the mayor's comment about multi-jurisdictional, multiple stakeholders. It's not just the city internally that would carry this forward. So that's what that would look like. We're also working further to engage School District 2, who was involved in the safety in the summit somewhat, but would be another entity that would come to the table potentially for that too.
Mayor Cole, I could just follow-up question.
Sure.
So this is not necessarily like a citizen commission like we see with, any number of commissions that we have in the city. Is that correct?
Councilmember Gulick and Mayor and Council, correct. Yeah, this would basically take kind of the group and the oversight or steering committee that developed the plan and continue forward, similar to what they were. I mean, even after we did the first plan in 2016, that group had continued to communicate at a kind of a lesser formal level than what this would be. But this is really helpful to basically say, hey, the city really supports this, moving this forward, supports all the stakeholders and the entities that would be involved, and kind of gives it that little bit more formal push to say we really want to see this go forward and continue to implement the plan's focus areas and strategies.
Okay, further questions or for staff, Councilmember Tricky, or discussion? Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is for Councilmember Tricky. Are you seeing the public safety prevention group that not moving forward? I mean, you're allocating money and you have some very structured ideas of what they should do. Are you thinking they're not going to be successful in what they're doing, or they're not going to move it forward quick enough? I mean, what exactly motivates you to do this?
Thank you, Councilmember Joy. So in the conversation that we had when we were doing the plan, one of the things that came up is the failure of the organizations to really continue moving on this issue during the interim time between the plans. When the plan, comes back up, everybody, shows up and goes, yeah, we should be paying attention to this. But as I always say, if no one is responsible for getting something done, then chances are really good it's going to fall through the cracks. So this is me saying the city's going to step up, be responsible for making sure that ongoing education happens between the safety plans, and because it's important.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion, Councilmember Purington.
So I do have a concern too with allocating funds from the public safety funds, because as Wyeth just explained, there are other stakeholders in this. Are they not contributing to this? And I'm just wondering how this will move forward with $10,000 from the public safety. That's taxpayer dollars. So I'm just kind of wondering how that's going to move forward with all these other outside entities involved.
Director Friday.
If I can just add, Councilmember Purinton and Mayor and Council, the way we're envisioning this, so the other stakeholders some of them have programs and budgets that they use for their outreach, like the Highway Patrol, has programs, the hospitals as well. So the way we see this working is actually that the funds that the city would put forward could be used in ways to help develop some of the things that are called out in terms of like public service announcements and some of that cost, but also potentially as like matching to the programs that these other entities are already doing. So actually kind of boosting that and coordinating that to do some of the education campaign or those programs or enforcement, education and outreach. So that's the idea that we, I guess, envision that this would work, it's not just the city saying, okay, here's the money and would do everything. We're going to be very much working closely with those entities that also have existing programs and some resources as well to really make it, magnify it, I guess, is the best way to put it.
Thank you. Councilmember Ripsis, Councilmember Rowan.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know that I'm in favor of using the 2 mills that was supposed to be for mental health and substance abuse related issues. Chris, does Chief have $10,000 in his budget that's available for this time of thing?
Well, part of we're still working through both how we spend those dollars, those 2 mills, as well as we have the marijuana revenue and then the allocation that the council made when it amended the budget adoption night along the avenues of prevention. So, I mean, is there somewhere we would find 10? If that's where we're instructed to do, that's what we'll do.
Councilmember Owen, Councilmember Boyette, Nice.
So my question, I think, was a little bit on the same line. I assume when we mean prevention fund, we're talking about the 2 mil. So setting that question aside, where are we on the 2 mil projects that have been allocated already? I mean, I'd heard some rumors that maybe some of them weren't moving forward, so where are we on the 2 low barrier and then the crew?
So three of the most costly or the most significant funds. So you've got the 210 or not to exceed 210 for low barrier shelter. You got 250 for crisis response units. That contract is being negotiated, been reviewed. I reviewed it over the weekend. It's moving forward to be in front of you in February for approval. And just this morning, I was in another meeting with Riverstone and the team for Nurse Family Partnership. And the direction, or my request there was, when we come to you, we need to be able to clearly communicate not only what our short-term investment catalyst is going to be, but how will this look midterm and long-term, because ours really is meant to be a catalyst funding to expand the program. So that was in the neighborhood of around 200,000. So right there, we're well north of 2 mills. So we're looking at the 2 mills and some of the marijuana for those 3 most significant programs.
So did the rescue mission money not move forward?
Those conversations, nothing has happened with it. We've exchanged some emails. They are, that has been sitting dormant now since just before Christmas, relative to the issue of what information is going to be collected and put into the HIMIS system, which was a foundation of getting any funding. So that's probably the
money back.
We could.
Okay, Councilmember Boyette.
I mean, I think the council has a budget of 25,000. We could take 10 out of that. I mean, that's easy. We have the authority to do that right away.
Thank you. Councilmember Nice.
Thank you, Mayor. Wyeth, if you don't mind asking about this is an initiative to formulate the committee. So this will come back to us with more defining if we approve it tonight. But $10,000 doesn't seem like it's much for public education, depending on what the campaigns, and plus some of the stuff that's named. I mean, I hear a lot of public education now on the radios regarding a lot of these things. So can you explain what the $10,000 is really needed for? I mean, it went from 50 down to 10, so I'm assuming that came from you, saying that you don't need the full 50,000.
Councilmember Neese and Mayor and Council, I mean, what we were, again, back to this idea of working as one of the partners in the group of the other entities and agencies that I talked about. What we are envisioning to do is to have the cities both the support to move the oversight committee forward, which is really important, to say, hey, this is really important, we need to get this done, and then to work with them with this funds to do some partnering and matching to do programs. So not that the city is going to take on an entire campaign of itself. It's going to work with one of those or multiple stake or partners, basically, depending on what the topic is, to develop those things. So yeah, I mean, we're looking at that initially as a small investment, not knowing exactly how that can work with those partners, but assuming that there's going to be funds contributed across the different entities. So it's not just the city's funds. And then if we're able to do PSAs and such, we're looking at not so much the cost of advertising, but the cost of producing, putting them together.
I see. So this with this formulated, we can say, yeah, we've got 10,000 that's got to be matched up to a certain percentage. So we actually are leveraging this 10,000 on everything that is done, so that we're not just, like you say, just not the city working on its own. It has to work with another entity in order to move forward on any of the items.
I mean, that's the concept. I wouldn't want to start putting down percentages and stuff because we don't know what that looks like, but that's the idea, is to say, hey, we've got something to bring to the table. What does your program or your program have that we can work with? Yeah.
Okay, Mary, just another quick question, follow up. So we do this great plan, this great study, and what you're saying is after the plan and study is delivered to the council or to the different organizations, it just dies. It sits on the shelf because no one ever does anything about it. And what we're doing here is this is supposed to get it off the shelf and start moving that plan forward. Do I understand that correctly?
So, Councilmember, not entirely. So, Councilmember Neese, this safety study, what happened from 2016 when the first safety plan was adopted, these entities, including the city police, et cetera, highway patrol, hospitals, did their programs and did their education and outreach, that followed some of the, seatbelts and drunk driving and all those things, just like they in their own areas and to some extent coordinated, but not very well. And so I think what we're seeing this potentially doing is saying, hey, we really see value in making sure that this oversight committee, lives on and is more, is meeting regularly, and there's some coordination and such beyond whatever was happening between the last two plan, the 2016 plan and this one now that's been adopted. So it's really to boost it up. It's not to say that, nothing would happen. If we didn't do this, nothing's going to happen. No, things are going to happen. But this really helps to coordinate and also give that kind of city, importance to it that we didn't have before.
Okay, Mary, just one quick question, follow up on that.
Councilmember Joy?
Okay. On the original plan, the study with the coordinating, where does the funds come from on that?
So the plan, what funded the actual safety plan is through transportation funding that comes down from MDT. Federal
okay.
planning, yeah, and MDT does a state safety plan, and they are the ones, in fact, they came to us before we did the 2016 one, said, you Billings and Yellowstone County, you all need to really consider this because we've developed the state one. We're doing these around the state, and we can help you. And also, we want to see that kind of data-driven analysis locally, so then you can move forward with the program.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And I just had remembered that we also have some amount of money that we're going to be receiving for our opioid settlement too, or maybe that's already been allocated, I'm not sure. Or maybe we're never going maybe it's going to be a long time before we see the money already. Okay.
That's Stillwater.
That's the Stillwater. Oh, okay. Well, I do see this is really potentially helpful. A lot of I know that Riverstone does a lot of grant writing in order to come up with things that they use for campaigns around public education. In terms of, I don't think I've never seen one on cannabis, but I've certainly seen it on other narcotics. So maybe this is this 20, or 10,000 could be part of a match grant, a grant match.
Thank you, Councilor Joy. The council, the hour is late. With the goal of trying to wrap up here, what I would propose, and I won't make this motion unless I see some nodding heads, and I won't if I see things thrown at me, but I would could make a motion to soften basically the first sentence in this, if you've got it in front of you. It would read similar, but it would be a little different. I would say, I move to allocate $10,000 from a, and here's my concern, that we're not ready to take any money out of this public safety prevention fund because we haven't dealt with mobile response units. We haven't dealt with the nurse family partnerships. We don't know what's happening with the rescue mission. We haven't, there's no contemplation by staff apparently to allocate anything for looking into regulation of marijuana potency or to fund a much larger public safety study similar to Project Safe Streets that Kurt Almy was working on and trying to create a consortium around larger issues of public safety. So anyway, with that in mind, I could move this, or I could change it to say, I move to allocate $10,000 from a fund to be recommended by staff and later approved by City Council to assist staff in creating a traffic safety oversight committee to include city representatives and other existing stakeholders. Tasks for this fiscal year may include, and I added the word may because this calls for a public education campaign in this fiscal year. We've only got 5 months left. So to corral all of these stakeholders, come up with this education campaign, I don't think it's going to happen. So, but I didn't remove it completely. I just added the word may. So would people be receptive to that? It just calls for staff to make a recommendation about the source of money. We would have to come back to us, and then softens the timing a little bit, makes it clear that other stakeholders are involved.
I will accept that as a.
There's already a motion on, isn't it, between Danny and?
Right. So I'd either make an amendment or I'm hearing language about it being a friendly amendment.
Yes, I would accept that as a friendly amendment.
Councilmember Gulick, you had the second. Okay. So I guess that they've agreed to change it in that way. So that's now the motion on the floor. Councilmember Purington.
My only issue with right now is saying that you're going to allocate any amount of money at this point. There's so much to be done here before you start paying for a campaign. I think that was one of the main things that Wyeth was talking about using the money for. So I think until, to organize an oversight committee, I guess I don't really have a big problem with that. But I think to see how these people would work together, how they would get their money together, what they're going to do with it. I think it's too far to start allocating money and making promises for that, seeing how we don't know where it's coming from anyway. But I don't know. I can't support the allocation of funds right now.
Okay,
Honor, I'd like
and
to
just
call
to
the
clarify,
question.
this would only be to the tune of $10,000, and even that would have to come back for us for final approval.
I'd like to call the question.
Okay, so we need to move to vote on whether to vote. We need 2/3, which would be 8 of us. So if in favor of moving to a vote, please raise your hand. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I guess we'll move to a vote. Is the motion now clear? Clear enough? Anybody want me to repeat the motion?
Does the clerk need to know which 8 of us?
Oh, I'm sorry. If voting in opposition to the motion, raise your hand. Councilmember Purington, hey, down here, Councilmembers Owen and Neese, we're asking clarification who voted against the motion to call the question. So Councilmembers Neese and Owen and Purington. Anybody else? Okay, so everybody else voted in favor. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, so if in favor of the now amended motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Voting in opposition, Councilmembers Purington and Neese. Everybody else voted in favor, so that is approved. Are we ready to
No, I
adjourn?
have 7, no.
Yeah. I think we're done. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate your patience. Drive carefully.
I almost didn't do it, but why?